Hello, everybody. We are once again here for a splendid event of Trackmania. The South American Cup is upon us for fall 2024, and hopefully everybody's having a great weekend already so far. And it's about to get better because we got Trackmania for hours to come, and for me, Kriidy, and Turbo alongside me to enjoy alongside with you, the viewers, as well. So hopefully we're gonna have a good time, and I'm excited to see where we will get today.
Yeah, I'm excited as well because we play the entirety of the tournament today, and there's also a prize pool of $200 on the line, which can also be, I think, still increased if I recall that correctly. There's a paypal.me link or a .me link from Nats, so if you want to increase the prize pool, go ahead and do that. But we have 24 players who will be fighting it out in the first round, and then they will get seeded into a double elimination bracket, but with a small twist because only the top two from 4 servers, so there will be 4 servers with 6 players, will go into the upper brackets.
Yep, that is how we will start off today. Gonna be very simple. We get to see all the maps. We get to see a bit of where everybody sits right off the start. Of course, we cannot have 4 eyes to look at 4 separate matches all together. But we have chosen our first set of matches, and if you want to keep in mind. Follow along. There is an exclamation mark bracket, exclamation mark bracket if you want to have the master sheet with that too. So you can follow along to see where everybody is, who got through, and that as well, and where everybody sits. But overall, I will even looking at the maps as well. I had my glances over them, going through the replays as well. Some proper cooked maps as well. I will say definitely very enjoyable to drive.
Yeah, I mean, we have Mephisto, Clement, Manox himself, Zengo and Stokine, and then Kisidus as well. And 5 beautiful multi-style maps will be played, and every map has a different taste to them. And I do look forward to seeing them because it will probably also not be the last time that we're gonna see them this weekend, right?
That is true as well. It is the case that technically it is sort of a shared tournament, or the Pan American tournament as well, because tomorrow North America will also be on the cards with a similar map pack. There is a shared map pack as well, with a hint of a difference. I believe one map is substituted out, or my foggy brain. It is 10 p.m. for me as well, so I have to keep in mind that it is late for us in EU. So hopefully our brain cells can figure out that we have at least 4 to 5 hours of Trackmania to come. So should be fine.
Trackmania into the night for us. For you guys, it's Trackmania into the day. But of course, that's how the tables do turn. And of course, this always gives me those, 24-hour race casts vibes. A bit more laid back for the start, but then it's getting a bit more serious overall. But we have quite the players on here that we know, but also do not know, because of course we can just not know every player. But just to name a few, we have Charles in there, Gabo Baupro in match 1, which we're also gonna be following. Manox himself from Brazil, who also has a map in there. Nats, the event organizer, or one of the organizers, Rookie, and so many good players in there. So I do not know who can take it. Maybe they can dethrone Manox, who has been winning this thing in the past as well.
Yeah, that is definitely the goal for the entire scene as well. I see in chat as well somebody saying Manox mapper advantage. I will say this much: I have yet to see anybody make use of that mapper advantage to this date. I think it's rather a curse than a blessing to have your own map. I've seen it in the Baltic scene. For example, Karluki, a very good mapper, has played as well, never was good on his own map to the same degree as on other maps. For example, I think Manox will also have probably a trouble. He's actually probably the lowest placing is on his own map as well, compared to the rest of the maps as well. He has world records on everything, but his own map, well, apart from also Saltaire and Cerveza, where Charles holds world records. Yeah, a bit of an interesting one, as always.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like a discussion that you're already starting here with the mapper advantage, because I think it's a fair point. But also with Mime, I remember him also, like, people said he will have an advantage. I think that was at Trackadia, and I'm not sure. Like, they built the map, they know it earlier, but at the end, like, it's hard really to compare that, right? So. I also want to ask the chat, do you think a mapper has an advantage if they play their own map in a competition, because it's a tricky one for me. Because of course you build something that is in your preference, but at the end everyone can practice and play the map as much as they like.
Yeah, oh, I will say this much. I understand why Mime does it because I had my own map in the Baltic competition as well. Honestly, it felt like I only had to practice one less map.
Yeah,
Because
fair.
all of
That
my
makes sense.
Yeah, because all of my practice is basically me building it, adjusting it. I constantly go through the map and know every inch of it as well. So you don't really need to practice that map
Hmm.
specifically. So you can focus more on the others.
Yeah.
But I will say I sucked on my own map as well compared to the rest. So mapper advantage, I've yet to see it actually come into fruition, even from my own
But I
experience.
mean, on the other hand, I just want to play the devil's advocate here. On the other hand, you have
Yeah.
built the map, right? And I just wanted to start a discussion because I also think that you have a slight advantage because you kind of build parts that you're more comfortable with, other
Hmm.
than like having a gyroscope 360 or whatever, right? It makes sense. And on some parts, you just build parts that you like, right? Else you would not put them in. So it makes sense. But of course, like it gets relatively evened out, I would say. But players, of course, have to go the extra mile and have to maybe practice the maps a bit longer. But you also have to build the map, but you build a map that you prefer in that way. So interesting conversation here with that, because you also gave us an insight about your map, of course, that was used during the like over all the Baltic events. So yeah, very interesting, and thank you for that little insight there, Kriidy.
Yeah, I've had actually, yeah, it's been like, I believe I've had two maps. One of them I'm proud of, the other one I just felt like building something that, as you rightly said as well, I wanted to build something that was comfortable for to drive for me. Or, initially I was just building something that looked fun, and then ended up being something that I just enjoyed
Mm.
driving, felt nice flow and such as well. But when I look at all of these maps, of course, they are very much. A very good flow to them as well. Of course, everybody makes use of the reactor penalty grass sections as well.
Mm.
That has become very common these times. And of course, we have our token one ice slide in every competition. Gotta have that one as well. Of course, it is a Canadian that puts the ice into their map. The rest of everybody else was like, nah. We're not
Nah.
having it. But Monox has water, which is the only one,
Mm.
which is also interesting. Only mapper to include water in their track as well. Everybody else has gone your
Yeah.
platform average as well. But we'll see. I mean, it's hard to know where things sit with these players as well, because of course time attack is all good and in the hood, but rounds is just such a different
Yep.
beast, especially on maps like this. Especially with one of the maps, well, the Korayan one by Mephisto being over a minute long, while the rest are like 55 seconds. So it already the map lengths, difficulty, and everything just is so different that it's very hard to put everybody in any place in the standings. Time attack seeding is nice to know, but it's not
Yeah.
always a clear cut as that.
Yeah, but Koran also feels like a good old TMGL map for me, like multi-style, a lot of transitions, and also the ending. A very, very distinct angle that you have to hit in order to make the ring ending jump. So the maps are all very unique, but you're going to see that because you already rightfully said that we're going to start with round mode. So we have 4 servers with 6 players who got seeded in time attack that you have said beforehand. And then from those servers, all matches are taking place at the same time. The top 2 will be going into the winner bracket semifinals. So there will be spicy maps coming up. And the bottom 3 to 6 will be going into the lower bracket, which we're also going to be following. And that's how the action will develop today. So already a very important match here, Kriidy, especially on server 1, where we have quite the players on there. And it's very important to already lock in your second position.
Yeah, definitely would be very much nice indeed. I mean, there are certain people already on the server. They are slowly trickling in as well. We still need the 3 more players as well, as you can see on our very fancy pre-match screen as well. And you can see all of you as well. You can wave back to yourself on the pre-match screen as well, as you can hear our voices. So it's a very perfect encapsulation of Trackmania. You hear the voices, you get to talk to yourself, and you get to see the match as well at the same time while we wait as well. But hopefully everybody's joining in. I see people are trickling in. We are only missing, of course, if by merit we have, well, I see Cabinet, but I believe that is Gabo. Yeah, but we still have a few players missing. Match is starting, but 2 players are missing.
Yeah.
Somebody forgot to wake up. But we'll see how things go.
Yeah, so right now Gabo is missing, and I think Klumuk, if I see it from the top of my head. So Baupro, Canvolu, Charles, and Gabby are on the server, or Gabby Net. So they will be facing it out against each other. Top two will go through. So hopefully some more players will show up, and we're not gonna see a 4-horse battle here. Even though I think we have quite the players on here. Also, I mean, I was expecting Gabo to show up because I mean he got a very, very good seeding result. Okay, but Gabo is Gabinet by the looks of it. So yeah, I'm getting trolled again by names, Kriidy.
Yeah, people
I just
love
had to
their
use my
name
brain.
changes as well. Yeah,
I just
people
had to
love their
use my
name
brain.
changes.
Yeah.
Yep, indeed. I mean, it's the same case with, Lingo as well, You never know what kind of name he's going to be as well. I'm already expecting, the next project, Carl Jr. to be in the
dots.
tomorrow. Tomorrow. We'll see. But overall, I mean, it's still a good representation because we still have sort of the top echelon of players as well. Because by seeding, these are the 4 highest seeded players in match number 1 as well. It is Baltius and Keleme UK who are not more fortunately didn't make it to the first match, but they will go into the lower bracket. Maybe there's just a strategy, a plan to be made as we quickly skip around, and here we go. But it seems it's a pause immediately, and because something is clearly gone wrong. GG. What would
Maybe
be a
this place
Trackmania
couldn't join.
tournament without a tech issue?
Maybe the players couldn't join because I think it's good experience for you, even though you're 5th and 6th seed into the match. You can only you can only win something, right? You're the underdog in this match, and if you snipe away that even 5th position away from that 5th seeded player, that's already a W in your book, right? You have your own individual fight. So hopefully those players will be joining, and just some bracket problems. But of course, the maps are also not that easy. They are multi-style competitive maps. It's hard to really learn them. But of course, if you're inscribed into this tournament, you're kind of committed to it. You have to play. You should play. But I also, I can understand that. And sometimes just things go not your way. You have personal reasons. You don't know the whole story of that. But, well, there you go. The match is paused. And let's just go for a prediction, because I think we have quite the battle here for that top 3 at least. I'm not sure how good Canvolu will be. We're gonna take a look onto their pace very soon as well. But Baupro, I've seen in so many knockout competitions. He's doing very good, and I think also played a backwards competition, if I recall that correctly, that I was also casting. And then we have Charles, first seed, and Gabo also doing a great job. So this will be quite interesting to see. Who's gonna take the top 3? Can Baupro make his way into the top 2? I mean, of course, can he get that 2nd seat? I hope so.
It's different. It's interesting to say as well. It's an interesting point that you made as well when joining this tournament as well. But in regards to playing matches that have difficult maps as well. But in regards to the predictions of the match, I mean, it's most like, well, the easiest prediction to make is that Charles will go through. It's more of the question of how Gabo and Baupro can make it difficult for him. Maybe even yoink it, who knows? It is rounds mode. You just need a trickle of points to just slowly come in, maybe yoink a few first spots, and all of a sudden it's not as clear cut of a first position for Charles as it first seems, of course, as well. But as much as I know, I believe that, I have my eyes on Baupro taking that 2nd position over Gabo. But that is just my own also experience in regards to knowing of the players as well. But a fair point you made regarding maps and difficulty as well. It's something also related to the monthly cup that is also happening tomorrow as well. People might say like, oh, why are you playing the cup? You have players like, a high-profile players, Coco, Bren, Amada, and all that. These kinds of people playing the game. But how are you gonna become better if you don't play against the best? It's one of those where it would be nice for you to get the experience in, get those shakes out of you as well. The only way you get to start is if you play the games. You will lose, that's just inevitable, but maybe at some point you will start winning.
Yeah, guys, the trick of becoming better is to actually play the game. Who would have thought that?
Actually,
but I mean, it's sometimes it's just the comfort zone. It's sometimes easy to just say, okay, you know what? I'm just not gonna do that match because I would have lost anyway. Yes, but of course, the hero stories and the good stories are being written if you try hard and try your best and try to just stand up out of the dust. and just try your best in that. And I mean, also, we need to plug our tournament that we are casting next week as well, Comic Con Baltics. I mean, the bracket drawing was very interesting, but also there, you will have the chance to play against the best out of the best. And I think that is just a very mixed bag of players in there. You know, you have but the likes of Coco Snow, you have Kanadi, Masa Tween, but then you also have players like Tarpor who might just do their first real competition, right? And then maybe play against their friends. But it will be very interesting to just see that, how this will blend together, right? Same as like it was at Racers Summit, where Stufts and Epos were just doing so good against the pro players, and all of a sudden everyone knew about Epos. So the same could happen there, but also here in this event.
Yeah, it's just it's an opportunity of all of these things, especially for regional events such as this.
Yep.
It's one of those very few occasions where you have the opportunity to play against these people. Of course, people can always find these people in a couple of the day servers as well, but this is probably the most direct way of playing against these people. So it's always a good choice to go for this as well. And I see that slowly and steadily we are getting ready to get back into it as well. So our podcasting days are soon to be over in a moment. But of course, it is going to be rounds mode, as we already previously said as well. People, we will go through all the maps. It is 5 rounds per map, and once all the maps have been played, we'll just tally the points. Who's at top 2 gets through as well. Point rapid distribution is also slightly different. It is 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, and 3, and in that regard. So all things to look out for, and hopefully no more issues. You know, get them out the way early so we can have smooth sailing as well, as everybody is shouting out to Convolo, and there is a language spoken in the chat that I have no clue what they're saying.
I don't even see the chat, so you might have you're better off of me then. But of course, sometimes you do not have to understand. Actually, I had a fun moment when I went back from my dad today. They were like, I went by bike there, right? And I just drove my bike back, and there were people talking French. And since I was in France so often, you know, it was like, this guy was like, bonjour, and I was also like answering bonjour, and he was like, français, and I was like, je n'ai compris parler français, and he was so confused, and I was also confused. I don't know, like, sometimes you don't have to understand everything to make meaning out of it, as Baupro almost exits the hole here, but gets stuck. Oh, does he? I mean, you can probably exit that, but this looks like a misery, and now he's stuck.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a pepper smile on the car, but maybe not so pepper smile in that hole. It is one that section actually is a pretty it's a proper slingshot as well, because you are going through our classic, you know, try every possible triangle you want to go through in that checkpoint as well. So setting it up that part as well is gonna prove to be rather difficult as well, as because I've seen it, especially it was when I was watching the replays. You know, people were so close, but a slightly different line going through that checkpoint, the drifting a bit more, a bit less, can just make such a big difference. You lose a tenth, sometimes even 2, if you have to release by going too wide or too tight. So a lot of these little things will come out of this track, and I'm sure we will point them out as we go on, or the players will just display them for us, because we all love a bit of a speech bubble moment there too. You know,
surely.
Always recommended.
Surely no one will crash in that turn, but I mean that's the difficulty of grass. It's very hard to predict and estimate your turn, because your car is even more slippery than on dirt, for example, and you have to lock in your line so early and just have to trust your instincts. And especially on those new blocks, for me, it's so hard to just get the right line, because there's also like a small banking at the end of the block. But then here, you know, you have that typical ski freak approach of just having a triangle line. So this can be very hard for the players to indeed clear, as we're still waiting for the match to resume. But I'm not sure, maybe players couldn't join the server. We do not know the issue as well. Have you maybe like encrypted anything that was written on the server, Kriidy, or is it still
I mean, the only thing
you?
that I said is all I think I saw was, okay, we will start already. Yep, good luck, ready,
Already?
and the server closes.
Bye-bye.
What a great segue!
Yeah. Okay, that answers my question, I think. That
Yeah.
answers
So
my question.
there you go. You don't need to even see the chat. There you go. You got the answer.
Yeah, that's action and reaction. So
Yep.
classic
Perfect
servers are
timing.
back up. So hopefully we're gonna start. I would love to see 6 players in this particular match. I think what might have been the problem is that the server was maybe full because there was like maybe 3 out of 4 instead of 3 out of 6. I don't know. We're gonna see. Maybe we're only gonna be 4 players. We will figure it out. I mean, it's just experience. It's what they are missing if they did not partake in this particular match. But we are back on the server and wait for the players to start the match as we're still on Korean. And players still warming up on this one. So again, format, 5 rounds, 5 maps, so this will take quite long. But that's also kind of like, Kriidy, this is also like how long a match will take place, because the point of it is not 100, it's 120.
Yeah, it is one thing as well. I believe lower bracket does have a points limit of 100, but if you stay in the winner bracket, it is 120 points in cup mode once we get to that point, and then grand final is 140. But for the time being, at least, you know, they will go through the maps no matter what, basically. So it seems that we are now, at least according to the chat, we are actually going to be starting. It seems that everything, they will start. At least what I'm reading is, okay, we will start and check if it works fine. If not, we will create individual rooms. So we'll see. At the moment, it seems that there's something in the back end, but it seems that they are doing some quick more checks. But the timer is counting down. There's 1 minute. So now, everything brushing aside, should be good.
Yeah, everything looking good right now as the server is working and operating accordingly. And also the players are warming up in that way. And we hope that everything will work. The point repartition, the map swaps, the map order, which is random of course, but not that we see the same map twice. That would not be that good. Has never happened in any Trackmania events. No, never that was the case. But I mean, right now Charles doing a great job in the warm-up here, currently on first position and just giving us a taste of that pace. But you can see, and I think that's also the the style of the map, because like Charles messed up the apex of that turn, but it's very important to just be so close to the walls, especially in those reactor boost turns, to minimize the distance traveled on this penalty surface section and just minimize the time in that way, because you just want to be the fastest, right? So it's a very precise map to start things off here, and let's see what they can do on Mephisto's map. Good luck, have fun. Round 1 is underway.
Round 1 is underway indeed. Of course, they've been warming up so long here, as well as Convolo does fall off to start us off. So it is the three musketeers up in front at the moment. Charles in the lead with Baupro and Gabo chasing in the wings as well. So we'll see how things go, as far as everybody's keeping a nice little distance in that regard. Nothing so fancy here. We go into the checkpoint drift as well here. Looks very clean as well, but we see already Gabo and Baupro fighting for that spot as well, for that second position. I think this will be the biggest fight of them all, as Charles seems to be enjoying his time while Baupro and Gabo are... Baupro goes a bit wide and gives the position away. So, and hits the light pole as well. I guess that's the top 2 there for now.
Yeah, that's the top 2 for now here on Korean, which is Corsola, so it's a Pokemon. I think from Gen 3, if I recall that correctly. Oh no, Gen 2 actually. Wait, that's Gen 2? Really? I'm not even completely sure. But maybe people in the chat know. But I had from top of my head that it was actually Gen 3. But it's a Pokemon, and we have Mephisto always naming his maps after Pokemon. But there you go, 102.91 is the time. World record is a 102.20. 4 rightfully already quoted from Kriidy, that it is from Manox, who has, I think, 4 out of 5 world records, or 3 out of 5, something around that. So he has 123,000 points in the campaign. Only Charles is ahead of him. So Charles at least has 2 world records on those maps. So good to see that. And that is also the story for today, of course. In this match, or in this complete competition, Charles versus Manox, Seed 1 versus Seed 2. But right now we have Charles with a mistake, but so many mistakes have happened here. We have Gabinet in the lead right now, battling out with Charles, who's coming back quite nicely after that wonky start. Baupro is quite far behind, as well as Kanvolu. So let's focus on that fight for P number 1, but it seems like There
Everybody's
have been
slowly
some
waking up,
mistakes.
it seems as well, because yeah, Charles also having a bit of struggle to start off as well, and Gabo has just flown into the distance. So everybody's having one of the rounds ever at the moment. Gabo even clips towards the end, but he's far in front as well. Should not finish the finish, and Baupro does come in second as well, with Charles being third, and Gambolo comes in as well. So 104.5, it is not the fastest rounds time, so we can agree. It's 2 seconds slower than your world record, but you know, you get the jitters out of the. Maybe they just want to make it a bit more exciting to start off, but we'll see. For the time being, at least, everybody is getting into the groove of it, and Gambolo having a bit of struggle to get that start going. But at least Charles and Baupro and Gabo, at least for now, have a start that does not look like your average practice session on the map. So, you know, at least we can enjoy that fact. But Gabo is stuck in a gear hell and also in the wall.
Yeah, gear hells do happen on grass maps, that is for certain. And also not the best transition for Gabo there, so he will be falling behind, as well as Kanvolu, so they're both out of that fight for first. Charles and Baupro fighting it out. Baupro didn't have the particularly best start with only quote-unquote 14 points. But of course, right now he finds himself in that third position, but can overtake Charles here if he gets his hands on that first place. But that doesn't look that good because Charles is so far ahead, and that looks also like an okay time as Baupro messes up that line here a little bit, losing some time, 0.3 of a second, just a little bit late of a steering, and also 102.616. Good time from Charles. Baupro getting second place, and I think, like, as we were expecting it, it will be a close fight for that first, second, and third position.
Yeah, also very good time as well, 102.6. That is more of a representative time as well. Of course, now that because of the point repetition, they're gonna be remaining rather close as well, because the point repetition, because it was meant for 6 players, it is 10-8-6-5. So they're gonna be sticking rather close to each other as well. So you might be only like a few points ahead, which in one round can just turn and flip you from first to fourth, basically. Well, Convolo is struggling a bit as well, but he gets a few starts here right now, and he's able to stick with them. He's just not been able to quite be consistent enough to follow along throughout the entire track. But so far, I say that, and immediately then I get proven wrong. Charles also having a bit of trouble as the two Argentinians also in front. Baupro hits the corners were right before the engine off as well, loses a lot of speed as well, so Charles is able to overtake him. So again, a bit of fumbling standing there, but at least, you know, they are trying to keep it as clean as possible and to their best of abilities.
Yeah, but right now the Colombian also makes a mistake by the likes of Charles. So we have 2 Argentinians in the lead, Baupro and Gabo right now, so that looks good. But Charles having a good lineup for the end, but needs to rely on a mistake, but that didn't happen. His call didn't get answered, so it is the W for Argentina in this round. 103.98 is also a time that is not that fast. It's okay. I mean, the map is not that easy, of course, as the whole map pack refers to not being that easy. And we are going to the next map, which will be, drum rolls, it is the Clement map. It's Emeralds.
Emerald. I mean, I was looking at this track before. It is, I will say that this is a definitely a certified banger. The ending, of course, can be quite an interesting one. I hope nobody has a bit of an incident there, because it is your classic upside down finish, the smallest gap imaginable that you want to jump into. So certainly nobody's gonna hit the finish block. So
I love those
definitely
finishes.
hasn't happened to like the likes of Carl Jr. or Pac, that in likes of different variation of competition, just hitting the finish blocks. You know, even happens to the best of us, basically.
Yeah, but I don't know, like the upside down finish, you can never go wrong with those, to be honest. It's really cool to see them. I always put them as well if I build a map or if I try to make it extra spicy. But there was also this one incident where there was a trial map where you had to like do a, like, I don't know, a bug slide or a nose bug, and then you need to hit that small gap of an upside down finish. And what's even worse, if the upside down finish is not a roadblock like here, but a sausage block. Like, you have no room to work with. So if the mapper wanted to make it extra evil, yeah, just put a sausage block upside down in there and, just enjoy smiley face, right? But the race is starting. Let's go. and see what Volu can do here in this first round on this map. As we are starting here, as the server has a little bit of a hiccup, or is it just on my end?
It seems that we have to be waiting for a moment.
Waiting?
Waiting. Oh,
Okay.
all is going well. It's one of those ... moments. And let's just keep on waiting, All is good. In the meantime, actually, a fair point in chat as well is regarding the quarter pipe on the track, as we let everybody slowly join in. Hopefully nobody's having a problem with internet on their end.
It's very long, though. I think
it is rather long as well, indeed. Definitely somebody forgot to yoink a server from Deep Dip, if anything. But the quarter pipe is also something that was mentioned here in chat as well. That it's not it's a very easy way to gain time, but a very annoying way to lose as well with any quarter pipe jump, because it can be such a rip event. So for the time being, we just the fun part is I can't chat,
I can't do anything. Yeah, it seems like an overflow, it just timed out. Yeah. So I think nothing will happen, and the server's just going to crash, which is very unlucky. Yeah. So I hope everything will be fine and resolved here eventually as well. But in the meantime, well, how was your day, Kriidy?
Overall, it's been rather good. Sort of waiting for my stuff waiting for my stuff to prepare for the Comic-Con, of course, as well, because I haven't been traveling for a long while as well, and so I gotta prepare that as well. Got an appointment for a haircut in the coming weekend as well.
Oh,
so
nice.
got that going as well. Got a fresh trim for the first tournament, so you can all wave to each other as well in chat as well. So.
Yeah, I actually I literally just wrote that down on my to-do list to do that on Wednesday before I'm going to leave. That I will just go to my local barber, and I'm be like, yo, give me your best haircut possible. Yeah.
I mean, I usually just go for a classic. I go to the same place every single time, but I always have a different barber. But I tell them basically the same thing every time, no matter what year or what time it is. Only the top part length is where I kind of go a bit different depending on the season. Winter a bit longer on the top. Now with the summer coming, going a bit shorter. Because I don't want my head to be just dripping with sweat in the bucket. But I believe the weather, at least in Lithuania, should be relatively decent. At least it was looking to improve. Will look to be sunny. Oh! That was the longest.
Everyone is finalist.
Everyone is finalist.
This is the last round, guys.
Oh my god, if you look at the leaderboard, it shows everybody's finalist, even me. Let's go.
Well, I'm also finalist. Wow.
Oh,
I'm gonna jump in, and I cannot switch to player mode.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna
win this tournament. I'm gonna win the $120.
This is the first time I've seen this as well. I've never seen anything like this.
That's so bizarre. But I think
I'm now interested what happens when the warm-up ends.
The thing is, I think they wanted to fix the problem with the points, because the point was 120, right? And they probably wanted to fix it, and now it's 0 or whatever, and everyone is finalist. Maybe
they
or
did
something.
The classic,
Maybe they put in too many points. This could have been. Ooh.
I think the problem is that I think you're right. What they did, I think they set the points limit
to like
be
10,000.
low. Or no, not at 2,000. They set the points limit to be like that it would count as 0. Even the points are reset
to 1 million or something. Yeah, you just put it to 1,000 or something.
Yeah, and then it was like, and the game is like, wait a minute, but everybody already got points. Everybody gets finalist mode. You get finalist mode. Casters get finalist mode. Anybody who disconnected gets finalist mode. Everybody's have a great time. Points are reset. I don't know what is going to happen.
Now the point was 1,000. Okay.
Oh, and half the people even get the points.
Maybe they're gonna get added manually, but I mean, I remember that. Also with I think it's the same with the timeout of, or the timer on the server. Like if you put it up to a certain point, it will not work. So it's overflowing, and this might have been the case. But I think
you are correct with the 1,000 points limit, though.
Yeah, maybe they're listening to the stream. I don't know. You should just be very careful to not add it to 90,000 or something, because 1,000 is well enough, right? So,
I love the fact that only air members got the points. Clearly, it's not rigged or anything. Paul Pro Convolo, not part of air. Nope, no points for you. Unlucko malocko, you know. You just 50. Oh, the points are being added. I see
Yeah,
them
you
on the
can do
live
that.
ranking. Wow, that's absolutely on the spot changes here, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at the leaderboard, I saw it live happening right there.
Yeah, same. It was a moment that maybe some of you have missed, but it's fine. Everything is good like that. So we're gonna continue here. And did we actually have 5 or 4 rounds on the first map?
It is, I believe it was 5. In regards to the point limit, it makes sense at least, because otherwise they wouldn't
Does
have
it?
34 points, I believe. Maybe, because it's hard
I
to
think
say,
it was
because
4,
Charles
no?
was last and first at some points as well, so I
But
could
yeah,
be wrong as well.
Kanvolu has 20 points, and I think he got last in all the rounds, and he has 20 points. So
That's a fair
5
point.
times 4, and I do not need to study for that, is
Mm,
20. I think it
that
was
is a
4
fair
rounds.
point. Yeah. I mean,
Huh.
I do see in-game chat as well that they're gonna fix other servers as well. So we are gonna be here for a bit. So, you know, I like how before the match started, Turbo was kind of curious to be like, oh, wait a minute, this tournament's gonna take a bit of a while.
Nah, I
Well,
mean,
you
it's
were
fine, right?
very much right.
I mean, it's fine as if I can, like, if I can go to bed at like 1 a.m., which is in like, yeah, math on stream. I'm not a mathematician, which is like 3.5 hours. I was like, okay, this could have been done, but like also 2 a.m. would be fine. 3 a.m. would be a bit problematic, but also okay. And the rest is despair. But you know, the later. Wait, why is there a random block there? Why
Where?
was there a random block? Maybe the production can go into the
Oh, I
free
see
camera.
it. Oh, I see it.
And
There's
go
just
to
a
the
random plastic
and go
corner
to the
block.
random block.
Why is that there?
That's fun.
CLM.
Wait,
Minus
what is
minus.
production doing?
Yeah, production going to free cam mode.
You
Yeah.
can move the arrow keys.
Arrow keys.
How can you even do that? Okay.
Yeah, the
Wait,
production
how
will
can
be
you move?
guiding production to that point. Production, if you can go into free cam on the bottom right as well, you can, or you press 7 to go into free cam mode.
But
We're
how did he
helping our.
tilt the camera? Like he tilted the camera. How does he do that? It's so
You
funny.
can, if you press 7 again, then it should go into alt cam mode. Oh, you're stuck in the position. I think you press the alt key and you lock yourself into position in that regard. So we're letting people know what actually happens. It is the case where you can lock yourself into position and you cannot move no
I've
matter
never
what.
seen that. I've never seen that.
So yeah. But we are slowly going insane. It's all as well. I like how
That's been
people even
30 minutes.
haven't even seen what we were talking about, like the random ass block in the middle of the map. But I see it quite well. If hopefully, well, production guy cannot figure it out, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't let the production guy move the camera. I believe it's the difference between alt camera and because you have alt cam
No.
7
You
and
can,
cam
yeah.
7.
But you see it from there. You see it from there. Wait.
You have to right-click your mouse, by the way, if you wanna rotate. Oh, but are you holding down something? Oh, I've never seen that.
No, but they see it. They see it there.
Oh yeah, I
You
see
do
it
not hear
now
the
as well.
production. We have the voices in our head, but you see the block there, just there. You see it. You see it. There's the lonely block, right there.
Lonely block there as well. That's odd as well. I've never seen that before. But yeah, but CLM, maybe want to update your map. You know, just a random ass, just
I don't see
plastic
it yet.
corner block is there. I don't even know what it would connect to necessarily. Clearly,
Maybe he
you
just put it by
copy-pasted,
accident.
from another map. No, I'm just
Maybe he
kidding.
just like what I know. Like sometimes those things just happen by accident. So
That's true as well, yeah.
if I like I don't know, just try to play something and I place a double, you know those things just happen. So it can happen. So we're resuming the match. Points are seemingly fixed, but now we're missing a player.
Now Charles is gone. It's all going good, you know. Everybody's having a great time.
Oh my god, dude, what is going on? 34 minutes into the event and we already becoming insane.
It's fine, it's fine. You know, like I said before, let them get this out of the way to start with, and then it's fine. The one thing, you know, is good. You know, the North America tomorrow is like, you're gonna like noting down like, okay, check this. check that, make sure this works, points limit, repetition, yeah, check that. That tomorrow we won't look a bit worse for wear. But I mean, these things happen, you know. It's always the things, no matter, you think everything is worked fine, you've checked everything, and then you miss one thing, and that breaks pretty much everything.
Yeah, but we're live again. That is the good news here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the nice message that we have. So we are continuing 4 or 5 rounds. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna play along, right? It is fine. You know, we right now have 2 players from Colombia leading the race here, as you can see. They're doing great. Charles with a good round here, so maybe this map suits him a bit better. And of course, maps can be very important. We talked about it already beforehand. If you're the mapper, or if you have a preferred part in one of them, maybe there's an ice part that they can do particularly well, or this quarter pipe jump, which is being very nicely done by Charles. You can really gain time there. So very cool map here. Not that easy, especially there. Everything can go wrong on this one. You can bump away and not get the speed for the risky ending, but Charles does it very nicely and wins the round. Ahead of Baupro, Canvolu has been fallen behind and gets, unfortunately, another last place.
Yeah, so all things aside, we can now enjoy the action on track as well. And overall, yeah, that was a very solid round by Charles as well. Of course, the world record on the track is by Manox, which is a 54.189. So I guess the rounds time you're looking for is 54 highs would be 54s would be nice. But I guess for Charles at the moment, it is more that you want to have clean driving. Yeah. That is probably the best thing you want to do, especially in this format at the moment. Just get through the maps clean. It's the perfect time for you to sort of, you know, get the warm-up done. This is pretty much pre-warm-up for the double elimination bracket that we are gonna go into after all of this. So this is the perfect time for the players to, you know, get comfortable with the tracks. Maybe one track didn't feel as good, get some more time on that a bit more here as well. So it will feel nice. But Charles is taking the helm here as Acrinator goes a bit too wide, clips the edge before the quarter pipe, and allows everybody else to overtake, as Canvolu and Baupro are the one fighting for second position.
Yeah, it seems like this off-road section with the reactor boost looks really hard, because it's very easy to just oversteer and lose control on that one. But Charles now driving your predicted sub 55, or like wished sub 55, which is a good time, because the world record is a 54.189 by Manox, as you already said. Nixotica, we've also seen in the chat. Greetings to you, mate. We're gonna see you tomorrow in the matches as well. Has the second world record and then half a second behind. We already have a tenth behind, not half a second. That would be a bit too much, to be honest. We have Charles in there, so Charles doing a good job, and this map suits him particularly well, and he could win his 3rd round in a row, as we are seeing him leading again already by 0.15 of a second. Very good line here from the Colombian player. Also, I think first in Colombia when it comes to the trophy ranking, which is very, very important. Yeah, you know, the trophies are a very good skill rating and are definitely not expiring or something like that. I don't even know, like, what do you think about the trophies actually, Kriidy? Do you like them? Because I think they're, like, I don't like that they expire.
I think it's the trophies are fine active meter. If anything, it shows how active you are in Trackmania. As we see, Charles gets a very nice time actually, 54.5 with Baupro and Gabo as well. I mean, the trophy system is fine. The expiring thing, honestly, I kind of prefer the thing, because that means that somebody can just farm their way through 4 years of Trackmania and be at the very, very top without receiving a single golden trophy, you know, no trophy 7 or, you know, as such, and you can have all the bronzes and silver trophies and you're ranked number 1.
Yeah.
You know, so I prefer the expiring. I think it's fine, but you know, people know that the trophy system is more of a nice active beater, basically showing how active you are playing as well. Of course, I have my fair share of trophies as well, but I lack the bronze and silvers. When I look at people who play Cup of the Day quite frequently, they have like tens of thousands of those, and I'm just like maybe a few hundred at best.
Yeah, like Marius, for example, he's very active, but also Hello Mark. They have so many trophies of them, and then there's like, I don't know, like someone like Moda who just has like, how did Charles survive that? Holy moly, who just has like one campaign win and is still ahead of him, right? So it's still very balanced, but also like that's all I mean. It's a bit sad that this kind of big achievement of winning a campaign expires. That's what I mean, right? So
That's a fair point. I guess you could say that the golden ones shouldn't expire, but the rest could, like silvers and bronzes. With that could be an interesting point of discussion. Actually, you get the golden ones to keep, but not the bronze and silvers. Those would expire. Could be a fair shout. You get to keep your echelons in that regard. Nadeo, note that down, please. In regards to the next map, we have our mapper advantage map, aka Golden Hour by Manox. The only track with water, and definitely, I will say it's one of the tracks that definitely stands out in many regards as being quite basically the biggest clip heaven I've seen in a long while as well. It has so many transition changes, so many surface changes constantly, and the little bumps and everywhere are just gonna lose you a tenth here, 1,000 here, and everything there, and that's just all this track is just absolute clip heaven. But the water, at least it has water, which I prefer as well. It's a very nicely calculated track, but holy moly, it has like a surface change every second.
yeah, it's such a different take on a multi-style map, because usually you see like a style being held for like multiple seconds, and just like have a second on the block, boom, you have something else. It's very dang and very hard to really react to stuff like that, especially after the freewheel, the water takes into play, which is all about just finding the right apex in that turn and just getting it across, kind of like a leap of faith, because the car behaves differently underwater or with water wheels, and then the risky ending is just a sneaky jump through a hole, which can also be messed up for sure. So there you go, and we are starting. So it was only 4 rounds per map, but I think also due to the time now, it is fine to have it like this, because we still have 2 maps after that taking place. So let's go into the first round, but also let's talk a little bit about the points, because Canvolo already a bit further behind. Then we have Gabo and Balpro with 57 and 62 points respectively, and Charles had a really good last map and already has a good start here again. So it really seems that map 1 certainly didn't suit him that well, but now he's on the roll and being first again.
Yeah, and it is the only Charles is the only person to have a sub 57 time here, a 56.998. A lot of freshly driven times as well, as we see Balpro touching the outside wall as well. So, and it was actually quite recently driven as well by Charles. So definitely has this track on a lockdown, and we see as well very clean lines here as well. And this is where you can see the confidence as well. If you have confidence in your lines, you don't really even have to think about it. It just comes naturally as well. And we see a 57-1, a very good time to start off. Now you can see a person gets into it. The first track wasn't really good representation, but the more you get into it, the more you go into the tracks that you feel more and more comfortable with. That's where the real speed comes into play, and now he's running away with it and leaving Balpro and Gabo to decide who gets second.
Yeah, that was a really good time here from Charles to start off this map. And let's go into round number 2. So this will mark the halfway point of this first round here, which will determine who goes into the upper and into the lower bracket, because top 2 goes into the upper bracket and bottom like 4 in this way. So it would usually there's 6 players on the server would go into the lower bracket, but 2 players are unfortunately missing. But who certainly is not missing out right now is Charles, who's on another banger of a time. Let's follow him in this round here, because that is just eye candy to watch here from the top Colombian player, currently the leader, and that is also a beautiful outside dirt line, dropping the gear accordingly. And also, I think there was a small brake tab there to just get around that turn nicely.
But he gets watered.
Flips out. He gets water, but however, he's still on fight for first, because Gabo could not capitalize from that. So it's a good fight here for first between Gabo and Charles has a good line, better apex in that turn, and only 1 jump, and he will win the 6th consecutive round in a row, and he will do so even though he had to respawn. So those things can happen. But yeah, this water turn here, Kriidy, looking very hard, because once you're locked in your steering and your line, you will, like, if you make a mistake, you will just fly out.
Yeah, it's perfectly calculated that you want to steer at the specific time because otherwise you're gonna go too wide, or if you go too early, you're gonna hit the wall as Charles did. He went a bit too early and immediately got a wall bonk, flipped out, and that is also very shallow water as well. It's not your usual deep water as well. It's a kind of a block mixing in a way as well. And you can see that it is not your usual water entry that you're normally used to seeing as well, so it's very easy to just bump yourself out of it as well. So, but overall, it's still a very good track as well. But we've seen many times before as well. I already see one case that always has a bit, it grinds my gears a bit as well. People putting, the ground checkpoints where you could perfectly put a gate, and we've already seen people crash into those black parts. It's very easy to go if you want to push a track, and as Gabo also. Oh, actually, Gabo survives. So
yeah, that was okay.
Yeah, that was okay, but but the checkpoint thing. Yeah, that's not so much okay.
Yeah.
But Charles is going well. Certainly he does not miss the finish and gets a respectable time this time around. So all good in the hood in that regard. But yeah, at the moment it's very hard to really say who's gonna take it because Cabo and Baupro are sort of neck and neck. Charles is just having a field day now. He's just enjoying probably. I don't know if it's his favorite map, to be honest.
Volu is in the mud, indeed. But yeah, one could say that this is not a deep dip into the water, no pun intended. And also actually chatting why you're hosting this event when deep dip is taking place. I've seen that message so often in Trackmania events. But well, let's move that out of the way. But yeah, it's a good fight between Baupro and Gabo right now, that is for sure. But Baupro has the best out of this one in this round here for now, and also is 3 points ahead. So that looks very good. And I mean, Charles is a bit lucky here, I would say, in some of those rounds. But also Gabo was able to like move along, because like if you can abuse the plastic, even if you make a mistake, and then just not slow down that much. And yeah, well, because on plastic, if you hit it with fully acceleration, you will not slow down, which will just change the movement, the momentum into the other direction, but you will not get penalized or slow down. And Baupro with a very wide setup has much more speed than Charles, but it will not work out, but still gets himself that second position that he's in need of. And well, Charles up to 112 points. It's safe to say that he is almost certainly making it into that first position. But of course, we still have 2 maps left here, Kriidy. But Baupro and Gabo are still fighting it out for P2.
Yeah, they are going. I mean, it was very much a golden hour for Charles there, but we move on to the next track. And no, this is not Emerald, which looks very much similar because it's all green. But we are moving on to the next track in the building, which is, of course, a Saltaire by Casidus. Sorry, that's how I call his name. I don't know if there's a specific way to name this mapper. Casidus is one way of saying.
I would say Castidius, maybe.
Cassidius, also a fair point. Could be. But overall, this is one of those more simpler maps. It is a very wide platform. I will say it's probably one of the, on the surface, looks to be one of the easier maps because it has a lot more longer straights, a lot more time for you to set up before the turns as well. It has much more wider lines to take as well. And when I was looking at it as well, I was looking at, damn, this is going to be a rather fast and a rather pacey map as well. But we'll see if that actually comes into fruition as well. Because, yeah, as I said, longer straights. But of course, Gabo finds a way to hit a wall as well in warm-up. But we'll see how things will go. A decent map, I will say. Definitely a good map. This ending, there's actually 2 lines for that dirt section, actually. I've seen it as well. Some people go inside, some people go outside dirt there. So interested to see. Very equal in time as well. But I believe the outside line is just a smidge faster.
Yeah, the outside line is always superior. But yeah, this really is it looks like a very basic map, also from the top view. Very linear in that way, but it is not. Because for me, it sometimes has a mixture of like having very, very wide, precise lines, especially in the middle of the map, and then this tight start section. And then I think 2/3 into the map, we have seen, I think it was a Gabo crashing in there. This tight entry into that next turn combination. So it can be very tricky for the players to just deal with that. And also here, Gabo almost clipping there because he overjumped that sector. But the sector I was talking about will come up here very soon after that left-hander here. We go a little bit up, a little bit more speed, and then you have this plastic sector into another dirt sector where you can either go outside or not, but now that's the sector that I mean. This is like much tighter than you think, and like if you have to readjust, Gabble lose a lot of speed, and just shows that how important that turn is, how you have to predict that line. And then here again, another outside turn. Charles does that very nicely, and Baupro is just behind, but Gabble with a good amount of speed, but will not overtake. 57.058 is the time. World record of 56.822. So another good time from Charles, shows that he's ready to make it into the grand final, and just redeems himself as one of the favorites. But of course, he still has to win this match, and then has to win the winner bracket semifinal, which would come up after that if he gets first or second place here.
Yeah, that's definitely true indeed. I mean, it is one of those cases Charles definitely has found his comfort. It is more Gabo and Baupro who are still finding their footing slightly bit here as well. We see that Baupro has taken a slight edge for the time being, as predicted at least for my end. Charles has a bit of a clip. We didn't quite catch what exactly he clipped there, but he's clipped enough that he was able to slow down and give the two Argentinians a fight up front, and he's a good spectator to watch all of that unfold up in front here. As we go into the latter sections of the track, very tight as well. Charles sets up for a lot more speed.
Wow.
That is a bit too much. The sausage does fling you out if you have too much speed, but he's able to hold on. But Baupro and Gabo fighting up in the front. Gabo has more speed, but not close enough to really get there, and takes more points than Gabo at the moment. Gabo needs to get those 1v1s against Baupro done if he wants to get that second position sorted out. Otherwise, he's just gonna just trickling those points away, or now 9 points away, and it's pretty hard to catch up with this points repetition as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. This point repartition is very punishing. If you like don't drive consistent and just got occasional good positions. And right now, Baupro just wins every individual 1v1 against Gabo, and it really shows in the standings. 9 points is a lot. That is like 2 rounds that you need to get first, and your opponent needs to get into last position. Then you're only 1 point ahead of them, and then the next round is just a completely different ballpark. So it's literally half a map. So this is 10% of a match, and that is like a lot, let's say like that, just for 9 points, if everything aligns for you. Right now, Charles is ahead again, Baupro ahead of Gabo, so the individuality right now looking good for Baupro, but now Gabo finds a way in due to a mistake from Baupro, and Charles with a beautiful outside dirt line, Gabo as well, and this could be a good time from Charles. Let's see what it will be, and I think with that, it's also safe to say, wow, 56.985. That is really fast. Only 0.16 away from the world record. But I think that's safe to say that Charles will, like, almost certainly takes that top seat, because he's 25 points ahead and he just needs to finish up until this point. Or just, you know, I'm not sure if he will get last in all of the remaining rounds.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have to too much effort. I think if anything, at the moment, if you're in such a comfortable position, if anything, you can you're fast, so now you can sort of work on your more consistent lines, what feels comfortable. Of course, as I always say, the most comfortable line is the most riskiest line, because that's the one you're pushing most of the time, and that usually feels the most right. But that is always an easy thing to say in the moment, especially if you stray away from it, then all of a sudden your brain has a confuzzle. 2 brain cells cannot collide together, and all of a sudden you forget how you've driven, that you have played this game for eons, and then all of a sudden you forget what is left and right as Charles hits the wall, but somehow doesn't get that much of a penalty out of it as I thought he would. Maybe it was just a quick bump there. Baupro wasn't really able to get close enough to get much, but he's just racking it. Was it actually a wall touch there, to be honest?
I'm not sure. It looked like
it looked so close to the wall, though.
Yeah, like also in the side sector that I was talking about, it looks like that they get gaining grip a little bit in some of that section. But I want to pick up what you said, and it sounds very contradicting at the start. But once you think about it for a bit longer, it makes complete sense with that the best line for you is the riskiest line, because sometimes you don't know how to save, and we have seen those kind of things, and then you just get nervous because your resources are not just, you think about it, what you're doing. So it's actually better to sometimes not think about it and just stick to the plan, maybe take it a bit safer, but just not go off by a complete block length or something like that, right? Else you will be in the mud. All right, we have another map by Stokine and Zengo. So Stokine, who also asked us for tomorrow's event to cast it, and we will be also doing it together with another colleague of us, which is none other than Nua Lake. So I'm already looking forward to the nice jokes that we're gonna have together with him. So Kriidy, Nua Lake, and me will be casting tomorrow for the NA event, which also shares some of the maps of this map pack. And there you go. So Zengo and Stokine. Zengo, a very good player, I think, from Team 300. I'm not sure if he has built that ice part or not.
Well, we'll see here that much. I mean, I would predict that Stokine was the man to build the ice section. Of course, we can later ask that in that regard as well. But I mean, it is. It's hard to say. It's one of the. Of course, this is our token 1 ice light track, of course, as we mentioned before, by Cerveza, by Stokine and Zengo. And it's interesting to see. What I always love to say is, well, 2 comments in regards to the part what you mentioned in regards to when you need to start thinking when you're driving. I remember there was a good saying when I was doing my mandatory military training. One of the commanders simply said, if a soldier starts drinking, then it's already gone wrong. Basically, and in regards to the pretty much the same goes with a lot of the esports and sports in general. You are focused to do what you're supposed to do, but if you start thinking anything else, then it already becomes, you gotta start thinking outside the box, start thinking more, and you're not really focusing on your performance. You're trying to focus on how to survive, or you get to a better position, for example, or you're third, you want to push for second, and you gotta start thinking these little things. And you forget the small little details. But the good thing about this ice section is ice is the great equalizer. And Gabo finds the wall, so he's the first victim. And Charles is enjoying his time gathering these first positions and not allowing many people to collect points. But Balpro is the one to get second position and only gets further away from Gabo.
Yeah, that's so important. But of course, sometimes you have to react to certain things or just have to come up with an idea, but that of course also implies that you're able to have the resources and handle the pressure, right? Those are just things that you have to consider, but it's very complex because I think like nerves and everything like that is a huge aspect in esport, but also in Trackmania, because like, for example, me, if I play Cup of the Day or whatever, I get nervous so quick, and then I cannot live up to my performance. But sometimes there are days where I just perform better and better, and well, just don't think at some point is good, but let's just think about like some of the most pressured rounds that you've had. You just think about every move that you make, even though you don't want to make a mistake, and that is just so it's so weird because you don't want to mess up, but you think about messing up and then you mess up more, right? I don't know. Yep. It's so weird and interesting, but there you go. And right now Gabo again finding the great equalizer, as you have rightfully said. And I think with that the match is also decided because Balpro gets another second place behind Charles. And there you go. I think Balpro is through with that. He just has to finish a couple of rounds because we only have 2 rounds left. It's not possible anymore. It was Gabo's last call, and the seeding is already decided here on the server. We still have 2 rounds though for players to be played. Kanvolu unfortunately didn't play a role, but also goes up to 90 points, which is not too bad. So glad that he is able to find some points in this match.
Well, theoretically, there is a possibility that Gabo gets 2 second positions. Balpro doesn't finish a single round from now on, and all will be well, and Gabo will get second.
Yeah,
and Balpro is doing a perfect case of making it as complicated as possible. For example, he is actually in last, but Gabo cannot do reactor penalty grass, so it's looking likely to be a rather a jover for him. But that's the case as well. But going back to the previous point, I will say sports psychology is definitely a very interesting topic, no matter what sports it is, and it will always play a role. Even, for example, when you look at from a standpoint of Gabo as well, I see people saying in Twitch chat as well, Gabo on ice, aware and stuff like that, and Ono. So people probably know that Gabo maybe is not so, comfortable on ice as well. That can also play a little role in this regard as well. But there was a good fight actually between Balpro and Gonvolo, like neck and neck to the line, and Gonvolo was almost able to overtake Balpro in the end, but not quite. Gabo is fourth. But it only solidifies the fact that that Charles and Balpro will be moving up to the winner bracket side with Gabo and Gonvolo going to the lower side. But we get a bit of a token round, of course, here as well.
So Gabo had a really good eyesight actually when I was spectating him. It looked really clean. But of course, the positions are set in stone. But yeah, sports psychology, definitely a very interesting topic and something that I also want to dig deeper into. Because, how can it be that someone like Muda or like, I don't know, Granadi can just perform so well under pressure, and then you sit here and you just like shit your pants, just to say it like that. Of course, in game, when you just play a cup of the day round or something like that, it's just so interesting. Of course, you grow into that, but there has to be like some sort of mindset that you do not have that they have. Like, it's very interesting. But there you go, Charles also in a good time. I mean, we also did not talk about the world record on this map here, actually. So let's actually do that, because it's a 54.581 by none other than Charles, who also drove a 0.8 already. Maybe this time will be even faster. Let us see. It will be a point. Okay, 55.12. Still very nice. Gabo is behind, but too late to answer the call. Balpro's on third. And then we have Kanvolu, who will be finishing because of the very large or high finish timeout on P number 4, 15 seconds behind, but still up to 101 points, so not too bad. 188 for Charles, winning it all here. Then Balpro getting second after a third seed. And then we have Gabo on P number 3, unfortunately dropping into the lower brackets.
Yeah, so that is a GG. Of course, we did switch to the next map as well. But that is what the cookie crumbles here. So it was Charles and Balpro to get first and second, and Gabo and Gonvolo were fourth. I don't know if any other matches are still underway, but it seems that all of the matches, at least from the inside, is. I see that. I look in game. There is I look in game and I see that there's a SOC emergency room 1. So clearly somebody got injured on track. We have an emergency room set up. I don't know. I assume that might be one of the servers having a bit of trouble. But what is actually
emergency room? Isn't that also
emergency
like
room? Clearly somebody got
a serious,
injured on track. Oh, it is actually a match underway. It is actually a match underway. It is probably the server number 3, the match number C with Noisy and such. Maybe there were more issues with that server, and we can actually be able to spectate it if we want. I don't know if we want to jump in and spectate it. Could be an interesting one.
I mean, they play 5 rounds on each map and not 4 rounds, so it's a different format than the one that we've already had. But let's join the server and we can see everyone on here. It's only 4 players here as well, actually. So yeah, well, they're playing the right format, not 4 rounds per map, but 5, as their own golden hour by Manox, the map that we've already seen. So let's see, it's between 4 players here, 2 from Brazil, and then we have 1 player from Chile and 1 from Argentina, who's currently leading. So Noisia doing a good job also in this round, but it is wait, how to pronounce that? BP maybe you want to try
Samorzinho. I would say just call him Samor or Samorzinho.
Samo or Ronaldinho Sosa.
Or Estamo Ronaldinho, I don't know. We could have fun with those names, but it is Noisia, Cockber, Samorzinho, and Kutsugua. Those are the names. Hopefully, we're not mispronouncing it as well.
Yeah, I hope so.
It is of course not our, the language we speak commonly as well. So there could be some pronunciation that we might be going wrong. But
I think it's just Samo for me. Yeah. So it's Samo. It's Cockper
or BPZ. Could be also.
Yeah. Cockper sounds a bit sus, but well, it is what it is. And then we
Helicopter.
have Cockper. Why does everyone have those troll names, man? KPMR, yeah, I just say them like the guy from Chile, the Brazilian 1, the Brazilian 2, and the world champion.
The world champion. I mean, Noisia is one of the top players as well, of course, as he conveniently just crashes into the checkpoint as soon as I say his name. Of course, yeah, but you have Morzinho, you have, I guess you could call him, you could call him Copper or Copper. Also, quick,
Copper.
yeah, could you go for that as well? And but we see that he's not in the lead, and it is actually more Zinho, the long lost cousin of Ronaldinho. So is currently looking to win around here as well, and is actually getting it as well, and also very a decent time. It is a 58-1. Golden Hour would like to see 57s in rounds. I think would be the more challenging, but it's still a 58 is a solid time. And if anything, this is very important because they are quite evenly tussling for that second position. Of course, Noisy is just flown into the sunset, but the rest of them are very much still in contention for that second position to get into the upper bracket.
Yeah, they are in good contention for that, especially Noisia. And then we have Samor not looking, or Samorzinho. I mean, it sounds like a very nice name to pronounce if I was able to pronounce it very nicely, but me with my German and partially English accent, well, cannot do it that good, so it sounds a bit butchered, let's say it like that. And then we have Cockper. I will just go with that name. I stick to it. I'm currently 5 points behind. And also in this round, it doesn't look that good for them as they are on third position right now. But that was a good line. Coming a bit closer, but doesn't nail the apex. And now this turn will be problematic. I think there was a break tap or release happening, or a little bit of a slide out. But he is now 1 second behind. But what is going on for that fight for first position? We have Samo not overtaking Noisia, who does a very good job, and he wins another round up to 148 points. That is very good, actually. And I mean, just seeing it here, Kriidy, 150 points possible, 148 points for Noisia. Like, insanely good consistency.
Yeah, that is good to see. Well, even if it is a more simpler match for Noisia, it is always important to just get into it. No matter who are you facing, you always want to do your best, of course. So it's clearly we see that for the time being that Noisia is just feeling comfortable and looking to go in it as well. Noisia, of course, is the third seed right behind Charles and Manox, and
Wow.
he has a fair few good times on the leaderboards as well. So definitely a person that people should not be sleeping on as well. I think he can put up a very good fight against Charles and Manox, and will yet to be seen. Of course, we can give you a bit of an update what happened to the other servers as well, because of our exclamation mark bracket, if you want to keep in touch as well. But the other servers, for example, points differentiating between Lele and Nats, so a close affair in that regard. And the other server, Rookie and Radiaxo, also good points for them. They got through to the upper bracket with Fjorten and Seve going into the lower bracket, and we're able to see out this match as well for the final results. So mostly expected results as well. Would have loved to see Nats get through to the upper bracket, but it seems it was a pretty close affair between the two. But the rest, very much predictable results, or what was expected. We'll see who actually will go through in second here, because honestly, I have no idea. PPC probably is the more favored here.
Yeah, like I think that's you summarized it very well there, and just brought that match together. But of course, everything depends of how good those last maps really suit you. And currently Noisia, wow, I mean, third seed just making a run through, and that is a very good performance. Samo with a mistake here, and we have Cockper, who is ahead of him right now. So Samo struggling a little bit to find the right line here, but coming back very nicely into that one. But that's what I mean. This small difference there of like how you enter and exit that turn is so important. But Samo coming back, good line there, can maybe overtake Cockper with a good ending. Oh, but this is so close to call. He needs to get that second place, but Cockper survives it. Noisia with the ending fail and will drop his second round in this match by just the finish block and only getting 6 points. So that was a bummer and a half, but still something that he can digest, and it's not a hard pill for him to swallow because he's still 41 points ahead of second. But look at that, 5 points between Samo and Cockper right now, so the battle is getting spicier and spicier after every round.
Yeah, and it's a fair few rounds to go as well, but it's still very much in contention at the moment. Of course, in this round, Copper does find themselves a bit further behind and does set up a bit wider for a bit more speed. Actually, it slightly catches up, but it is one of those cases where, PPC doesn't have the best transition there and immediately loses out on all of the speed that you gather on this track, giving away that position. But that works very much into Copper's hands. It's very much a nice position because he's the one playing catch-up game, and if the results stay as they are, and it seems as PPC falls off and might be even last, this could bring the point cap from 5 all the way up to only 2 points, because it will be 8 for Copper, it will be 5 for PPZ, and that will be 3 points already caught up, and that will just bring them ever so closer. 57.2 as well. Noisia seems ever so comfortable on the track. No hitches there. Only a few hiccups then and there, but looking rather good. And that, as I said, 2 points, the difference.
Yeah, 2 points. It has, I think, been 7 just a couple of rounds ago, and now it is so close between them. And also Noisia coming back and getting themselves a nice and clean first place in that round. So that is nice to see from the player from Argentina. So very nice. So Samo, as I call him, you call him BPZ. You can also call him BP Zamorzinho, which is just impossible for me to pronounce and not butcher. You're probably all laughing about that by rewatching this VOD. You're like, what the hell did this guy just talk about? But well, I mean, it's very hard for me sometimes to pronounce names. I'm like, do you also have that special ability to really butcher names? I have that. I definitely have that. But Noisia is something that I know from. You know, maybe you also know that favorite DJ duo, I think it was, Noisia. Maybe you've heard of that, Kriidy. And he wins another round.
It really rings a bell at the moment, but my 2 brain cells at 11:10 p.m. at the moment can't put 2 and together. Well, for me it's 11, so no matter what time it is for you, Turbo, just add 1 more hour. So I'm in it for the late haul really here. So I'm gonna probably go to bed at like 3 or 4 even when we're done. Hopefully we won't have any itches, you know, knock on wood. As always, everything will go now smoothly as well. I'm sure that they are all double checking that we won't have any troubles with the double elimination bracket. But overall, it's a fun segment at the moment. As with PPZ at the moment, a good child has many names. So yeah, PPZ at least holding on to that second position for now, but it is very much on a thin line. As Copper is always in a shadow, just waiting to bounce, you know, watching his prey from a distance. Soon as a hiccup happens, jumps and gets the bite out of those points. But for the time being, he is the one really struggling to catch up at the moment, as PPC is finding a bit more consistency, and Noisia just, you know, doing his own thing. You know, he seems to be very comfortable, very good lines, very good times. 57 low incoming here as well. Yeah, there it is. And that's 2 more points towards PPZ. And that 6 points goes to 8. As we are ever so closer to go on to that final map. 1 more round here before we switch.
I think the seeding takes very long if you have 5 rounds per map, because this feels like forever. Of course, we have a very good fight, but there were also some hiccups. But yeah, I think I think 1 round could be skipped in the lower bracket, but this doesn't change that there will be a winner bracket semi and final, and also a loser bracket final. But maybe the loser bracket final will be a bit earlier then, and it might have been played at the same time due to the delay. Who knows? Who knows? But I do not think that you will go to bed at 4 a.m. or something like that. And even if then, I think we're gonna have banging matches starting off from today. I mean, Noisia already setting some great pace and showing good consistency. Only there was this 1 hiccup from them in this 1 round where he missed the finish in the first round. But now it's the last round on this particular map. And it is Noisia again leading, and then Samo is behind Cockper on 3rd, and it seems like that the gap will be getting extended and enlarged again, because Samo does a good job here and finishes on second, half a second behind Noisia, who for me right now is someone of the hidden favorites, just seeing his consistency. So very nice. And winning another round, 194 out of 200 possible points.
Yeah, looking good in that regard. Of course, if we compare the seedings in that regard as well, then PP, Azzy, or Zamo, or Morzinho, or PPZL, Zamo, Morzinho, whichever way you want to call him, actually is 6th seed. For example, and so definitely high up there as well. Comper, or Cockper, or whichever way. I believe I believe if my memory serves me right, he should be seed number 11, right behind Nat, so 11th seed. I like how in the spreadsheet his name is KMPR, but here he decided to be Cockper.
Interesting.
So, a bit of funny business, but yeah. But always, who doesn't like a good funny time? But he's definitely not enjoying the funny time because, well, he enjoyed that funny time with PPZ Marzinho in warm-up in the checkpoint, but he needs to gather 9 points somehow in a points repetition where he has to hope that Marzinho cannot do ice and he can do it. Basically, is what it boils down to, and that Marzinho gets one last position to help him out of it in that regard.
Yeah, I think so as well, because, I mean, Elsie has, either it is Zamor who has to make a mistake, or it is Cockper who has to win 5 individual times in a row to just gain up those points. It will be 10 points if you think that, let's say, Noisia just wins every round, and then Cockper has to get second place 5 times. So that is something to consider. So there you go. Warm-up has ended. We have 5 more rounds, and then we're gonna continue with the action here.
Yeah, the good news is that the double elim should get us back on schedule, technically.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but of course, taking 1.5 hours for a seating is quite long, of course, also for the players, not only for his casters. If you're already thinking, oh yeah, it's long, what do the players have to think? It's just the beginning of the match, and it's always cool to see round mode as seeding or just as a distributor, as how players will be seated in, but I think 25 rounds are a bit too much, because they play the full format of that. But I think 20 rounds was the sweet spot for me, at least. That's just my personal opinion of that, because, then this match would have been over by now.
Yeah, but there is a master plan at works, because what happened at the moment, it is that Comber is in second position, gets the ice slide, a bit of a wonky one, but doesn't make the transition.
No, there's a
It's the corner there as well, and Marzinho is right in front of him. All looked very good, and it's in the mud. Oh my god, there's happening.
that is the dream aligning right now for Zamo, and nightmares happening for Cockper here. Oh no, I think this gap really denied him having a chance to make it into the upper bracket semifinal.
Yeah, he could have gotten a really good point, because Samo was having a really tough time in the first round. Could have been some nice points to catch up to. But now he finds himself even further behind. Now it's 12, double digits of the difference, and you can't really afford any mistakes. And it seems that Samo is trying to get in front, but Comper is really struggling to keep in front. And you can see, as soon as you have to adjust yourself on that reactor penalty section a little bit, you're going to have wonky lines. You're not able to use enough of that speed and momentum to go through that section, and you find yourself almost half a second behind. That's going to be a rough one. But I love to say it recently, it is that the ice is the great equalizer, and apparently that wall for Samo as well. So we'll see how things go. Comper is setting up much better here, but can he avoid the mistake? Goes for more speed, but that is not enough. It's clean slides, but it's a lot more cleaner for Zama as he gets across the line.
Yeah, Zama with a great ice that they're really committing to that line and not having to break or to release anywhere. So that's why they had more speed in the ending. But also Noisia, I really want to emphasize that performance. 214 out of 220 possible points heading into the third last round of this first round here. really nice to see that. And well, I mean, the gaps are very, very far apart. I mean, 14 points. I mean, you could have the actually. If Samor doesn't finish the next 3 rounds and his internet is making some weird moves, he will not make it into P number 2. But I think after that start, it looks really promising and good for him, even though he goes a bit too close to the wall there, but doesn't touch it whatsoever. It looked very close though, but Samor is still on there and surviving. He literally just has to finish any of those rounds in order to make it into that second position. And Noisia again in the lead. You know, he just does his gameplay, plays a little bit, has a perfect ice slide there, and drives a good time there as well. 55.234. My guy has trained and he is ready on this map, and in general it looks really clean and good. Not the particularly fastest time, of course, but consistent, and that's what wins you tournaments.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where it is very good to just get the flow going. We've mentioned this before as well. Once you get the flow going, it comes also naturally, and we see that Noisia is definitely not scared of the ice, feeling very comfortable as well. And it's Samo as well, very much also getting much more, is feeling a lot more comfortable than Comper feeling at the moment. So you can see a lot more hesitation there as well, or maybe feeling a bit more pressure of needing to try to push somewhere, but there's not really room or any sort of wiggle room at the moment that whether Noisia would make a mistake or even Samo would. So he's just forced to watch at the moment as they slowly drift away into the distance. Those nicknames in front of him are getting ever so smaller, and that ice slide is a very rough setup. And yeah, you can see the ice is not the most comfortable section, but both Samo and Komper make a very similar mistake, and in the end it is actually Kutsugua who gets second position, and a very nice time as well. 55 flat is a solid time as well. So Kutsugua we haven't talked about at all, but he's just vibing at the back, just taking points and just having a great time, I hope.
Yeah, and that's now the last round, round number 25 happening. The results are clear. Also, Gatsugua, we have not really focused on, also was coming a bit closer, only 20 points behind Cockper. And then we have Samor on second place with 17 points ahead of Cockper, of course not including this round. Right now Noisia not leading, so let's see if he can get 244 or maybe only 242 points. But what we can say, a beautiful performance from Noisia. That is very nice. So let's take a look what they can do in the end. I mean, the ice looked really, really clean from him. He has had so much speed out of that in the last couple of rounds and could maybe do it again. Oh, but this looking good for Samor. A bit too thin for Noisia, and he will not win this round, but still 242 points out of 250 possible. And also look at that time from Samor. He can make it. That is really fast. 55.001. Not too bad. All things considered, only 0.4 away from the world record, and they have it. Those are the results of the first round. Noisia winning it here, Samor on second, then we have Cockper on third, and Gatsugua on P4.
Yeah, so those are the results as well. So we have now the bracket set up for the next set of matches. For the winner bracket and lower bracket round 1, they will be played simultaneously as well. So just to go over the results with the exclamation mark bracket in chat as well. From the first match, we saw, of course, that Charles and Baupro got through, with Gabo and Gonvolo going into the lower bracket. Second is Manox and Lele, with Nats and Seka going into the lower, and Rookie and Radiaxo from the fourth match going here to the upper bracket, with Fjorten and Seve in the lower. And you saw the results here on the server just now, with Noisia having a comfortable time and PPC going to the top end as well. But we now have our top end secured. I don't know how we are with the schedule and with the breaks. Do we just jump straight into the upper bracket? Do we get a minuscule break? I have absolutely no idea. But so far, at least, now we're getting into the actual meat of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it was only the seeding to just set the foundation. But I think from now, we're just going to have banging matches also with, like, except the loser bracket round 1 and also the loser bracket semifinal actually as well as the loser bracket final. Okay, the loser brackets will be all with 6 players, which makes sense, of course, because there are 12 players down there, or like 16, but in 2 matches, and then you just split them up into 5 by the looks of it, and then from those 5 players there will be 6 going through, so it's a bit chaotic. But in the winner brackets there will be only 4 players playing against each other, so that's what we have to consider, and also most likely be the matches that we will be focusing on, of course, besides the loser bracket final, where 2 players from those 6 will make it into the grand final. So that will be fun to see, and I think we're just gonna go on a small break, because after that improvisation that we've had to do and all of that, we also have to take a small break here.
Yeah, so that will be from our end. So hopefully you won't go too far. We don't know how long the break will be, or we'll be just momentarily back. So stick with us. We will get back to the upper bracket finals, so don't go too far. Maybe grab a drink or 2. Keep yourself hydrated, very important. And we'll see you right after the break.
And we are back after a very small break to just do all the necessities. We are once again here, and now I think we are starting with the competition. It felt a bit like a marathon, but I think we're gonna get rewarded with a very good winner bracket match. Of course, the loser bracket matches are taking place at the same time as well, but we have quite the match here happening. The second one out of them is just a banger. Baupro, Manox, Noisia, and Radiexo. That is a very good match to follow. And I mean, it's just Brazil versus Argentina in that way. And I think it's very hard here, Kriidy, to predict who's going to go through into the winner bracket final already.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a betting man, you would say that, yeah, Manox is the man to really be pushing that first position. But that second position, oh, and we have a pick and pan as well. Honestly, I can't. Oh, it's showing the random order. I was there as well. I was just wondering why is that showing up, but I guess fair enough. Well, that's good to know. It's just I clearly forgot about that because yeah, it is indeed random map order, but I didn't expect it to simply be like bam right in your face with the map order as well. But we see that it is golden hour to start off, so mapper advantage in play immediately for Manox. Then we have Corayon. We have Emerald, Corayon, Saltaire and Cerveza. Ice map as the last one. Gotta love that as well.
I mean, the thing is now with this map being the first one, of course, mapper advantage, you are saying that. And we could have the likelihood that this map is going to be played as the decisive round 26. I think if all stars align, it all, of course, depends on the point repetition. But I think here it will just be classic cup mode with 10, 6, 4, and 3 points. And we could see some situations where this first map will play a role, but with 5 rounds per map, it will be very unlikely, of course, to happen. But of course, now we're playing cup mode, as I've already mentioned, point at 120. Couple works that you collect points. You have one warm-up beforehand, before every or after every map swap, and then you just collect points up until you have 120 points, and then you have to win one more round in order to make it in to the winner bracket final. Top 2 goes through, bottom 2 goes into the lower bracket. Here we go. We start on golden hour, a map by Manox. Mapper advantage maybe comes into play. Who knows? Who knows? Hectic map, a lot of transitions, and also a lot of surface changes.
Yeah, that is indeed true. Of course, we have a very long warm-up as well, allowing players to go through the track once per minimum if they do decide to do so. Of course, you can go into all of the superstitions in that regard, where you can say like, oh, you have a great warm-up, and then everything else is in the mud. But that is to be seen, of course. But it's an interesting case, and especially a bitter rivalry, of course, Brazil versus Argentina. Gonna be an interesting one as well. It's basically every man to fight against Manox and hopefully get more points than the rest of the field, because that second position is going to be hotly contested, and hopefully also first, because I hope that these players are not going to make Manox's life easy. With Noisy, of course, seeing a lot of consistency, and that also can put a lot of pressure on players. But now it's a different field to play. Repetition makes it a different ball game whatsoever. It's basically much more risk dependent. If you get that first position, that is such a good lead, and we see already that Radiaxo, who we get to see for the first time today, already has a bit of a clip of the wall and falls a bit behind of the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think this will be a very interesting match to follow, because I think there's not really a player that majorly theoretically falls down behind in points that much. There could be a map that suits some better or not, but Noisia, of course, shining through with that consistency and finds himself in the lead right now ahead of Manox. So that's already a sign set here towards the Brazilian, who has been very successful in this competition. Noisia, oh my god, goes to the inside. I think we're gonna talk about that in the next round, or maybe just, oh yeah, we cannot go there by the free camera. I think we had a little bit of problems there, but you don't really slow down by clipping over it, because your car edges are not falling off. But Noisia not getting a good line, hesitating, and now maybe the pressure comes into play. From first to last, and 57.585 enough to win the round. So Noisia from first to last, from zero, or from hero to zero rather. So unlucky for him, not the best start.
Yeah, I see that for these blocks as well. Yeah, they are not organic, kind of organic blocks as well, but you do have that slight little edge on the outside that it avoids that you can just take a slight bit more risk, where it looked like Noisia should have clipped, but there's just a bit of a ledge that allows you to sort of clip yourself back into it, so you can take a bit more risk-averse moments there. But we see now that this round is more of one of the rounds ever, I guess, because everybody's enjoying the time. Noisia again in the lead, but this time he has over a second over Manox, 4 to 5 seconds over Radiaxo and Baupro. So surely this time that 0 to 0 goes from 0 to hero for Noisia, as Manox, well, he has to just hope that he does a similar mistake, but it seems like this time Noisia is not gonna let that happen. Clean cut, gets through the hole, gets a clean finish and a 57.5 to top it off as well on the track. Not the fastest, but a very good consistent time. And now basically we just reverse the order, but it seems that Radiaxo and Baupro find themselves more towards the lower end, as Manox and Noisia seem to be taking the helm of the match at the moment.
Yeah, Manox and Noisia looking really strong here. Of course, Noisia, after that mistake, he would have, like, if he didn't do that, he would have been up there with 20 points, but now Noisia with a very, very early mistake, but was able to come back or not, like, fall down even further behind, because it's very hard to sometimes just adjust your line right before or after you have made a mistake. But Noisia was able to do that and only lost 0.3 in exchange. Bauper and Radiaxo are both behind, and Radiaxo, I mean, 8 points for him. Bauper also not with the best start after that mistake, hitting that triangle there. Now Radiaxo hits it there. So not that good for both of them, and it seems like we have two somewhat favorites in this match, especially on this map with Manox and Noisia. So that looks really good for them right now, but of course nothing is being set in stone just yet, because there are still 4 more maps in the rotation and so many points that still have to be collected. And Noisia, 2 mistakes in this round, still getting away with it, and still 1 second behind Manox is enough to reward him with 6 points. Manox winning here and extending his lead, but also it is Noisia extending his lead to Radiaxo and Baupro. So already a little bit of gap has been created between the players.
Yeah, and of course we never forget it is cup mode, so our beloved finalist mode will eventually come into play. So that lead is very nice, but of course it will just give you more extra chances at finalist mode. As we see Manox now making a bit of a fumble at the start. Very easy to clip that outside dirt there right before there and give away that time. But if there's one player that probably can push towards the front, and it is Manox with Radiaxo and Baupro maybe not feeling quite up to the task quite yet, but Noisia seems to be very much comfortable leading the pack up in front. But it is a very good round at the moment.
Yep.
Everybody's looking rather close indeed, and nothing to really separate. Baupro goes very wide. That entry was destined to go into the wall, so that is one. Radiaxo falls off as well, and with a blink and you miss it, all of a sudden it's Noisia and Manox up in front again.
Yeah, it's a speech bubble round, as one could say like that, but Noisia, like, again, shining through with his consistency, and that's what I mean. Consistency wins you matches, and fast times only wins you couple of rounds, right? As we've seen Bayer Leverkusen today, just like locking in the flawless streak as well, right? They had such a wide variety of teams, and that's like the consistency that we were talking about. They were winning every match, of course, but that's why they won, because they are consistent in their game plan and just have an answer for everything. And that's what Noisia has right now as well. That's why he's up at 29 points and is a very unpleasant opponent to play against, at least for Manox. I mean, it doesn't matter that much if you get seed 1 or 2, because you will go into the winner bracket final anyway. You will play against the same first or second place anyway, but of course it's good to just set a statement and be like, okay, I can win against you, apply some pressure onto your opponents, and right now that is indeed happening. Radiaxo and Baupro, however, have to upper their game, especially on this map, on Emeralds by Clem, which is map number 2. So it seems like we only have 4 rounds per map, so then map number 1 will definitely play a role here, Kriidy.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I also looked at Radiaxo's skin as well, and the teeth are placed exactly on the spoiler. So every time the wing goes up, and the teeth separate as well. So kind of, you were talking, and I switched to him, and I couldn't help myself but giggle a bit when I saw that as well.
Dude, what is that skin even, dude? What the hell is that?
Yeah,
It's
and
him?
apparently, according to our producer, he says that it's actually Radioxo himself. So an absolute egotistical move as well. So he sees himself in the mirror, and he looks so gorgeous that he wants to see himself on the skin as well. So all the fun in that. But it's one of those things where it's a bit of fun as well. Maybe it brings a smile to his face. He hits a wall, he sees his own self smiling back, and he feels like, you know what, it's gonna be okay.
I mean,
it's gonna be okay.
it's the best way of how to handle it, right? If you're the first person who can love about yourself, you won in life. And I think that's what Radiaxo right now is embodying. So that is really cool. But right now, he doesn't get the best out of it. It is Manox and Noisia again dominating this match. So look at that. They are quite far ahead. Only 0.3 of a second, but in those depths, this is a lot because Radiaxo has to rely on a mistake from either of those players to make it into the top 2 position, but that was so close. But this shot can be risked so much. Noisia gets it really well. Now important to not overheat in this sector. Noisia does it and hits the wall. Radiaxo was waiting patiently, and now we have a good fight for that second place. Noisia opting for a much more wider line, but Radiaxo concludes the second position for Brazil, just behind Manox, who sets a great time, 54.569, and with that extends his lead. So it is Radiaxo not completely out of this one just yet. Catching up a little bit, but still 12 points to go. Point of 120, but still, he has the potential.
The potential is there as well, and we could be, of course, this is a random order now. Previously, of course, in the rounds mode, we went exactly in the order that the map pack was in as well. So the order can play to a bit of a difference as well, of course, especially with random map order. You could get just 2 of your worst maps to begin with, and it can be the big difference compared to starting on your 2 best maps as well. So again, one of those little things that can come into play here. But for the time being, Manox gets that clip of that border block there. I was wondering who will be the first to fall victim to that, but Radioxo hits but he gets it a second time as well, has to respawn a second time as well. Everybody finding these little pockets of places to just clip a little bit, lose the speed a little bit there, but it doesn't matter as Noisia is the one to take the helm for now. Good clean run for things again. It is of course the world record here is by Manox with a 54.1, but so far we are keeping it 54s. Balpro almost getting to that as well. Manox also was left out of that field as well, but we can see that point repetition making its work because Manox already doubled the points of 3rd position.
Yeah, that is for sure. Much more punishing point repartition than in the format before. And of course, it was intended to be played with 6 players instead of 4. But there you go. So Manox 48 points, Radiaxo 24. So that is already quite a lot. And then Balpro didn't really make any appearance in this match whatsoever after looking quite good in the match that we have seen as the beginner, where we had all of those issues, all of those problems. But everything has been resolved. But Balpro, I don't really find an entry here. A 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd position is very hard for him right now as he fights it out with Balpro, with Noisia, and also of course with himself to just match that pace from the others. But Manox and Radiaxo are too far ahead, and Radiaxo with a great time as well, 54.504, winning him the round, and that is already 58 points accumulated for him. That looks really good. Noisia losing some points, so Radiaxo comes closer, but it's still 16 points between them, so it's still a quite comfortable lead.
Yeah, they are definitely taking a good situation as Radioxo finds the section where if you make one mistake, you hit 3 walls basically, but it becomes a bumper play. But Manox also has a bit of a struggle with the outside dirt, so it's all good in the mood. But at the moment, if anything, it can go by as well. We won't have the World Cup this year. We do have the Euros, but at least there is still that stigma, of course. Brazil and Argentina being a bitter rivals throughout every competition they probably play, no matter what it is as well. So, you know, it would be nice for Noisia to, you know, get the dub for Argentina, but equally so for Manox, who, as we've already said before, is basically the Shadow and the Grim Reaper that everybody's been trying to beat for the longest time. But it seems that at least for now, Noisia is trying to make the best case for it again. Very, very solid and consistent times. At least once they get the round going, it falls into the 54 5s, 54 6s in that regard. So definitely they have the pace, but they just cannot get it every single round.
Yeah, Noisia cannot really find the consistency that he has had in that previous match. So those things sometimes are a bit unfortunate, but of course, maybe on this map, it will work out eventually. It is Korean by Mephisto, which is of course the Pokemon Corsola, because like I'm probably gonna mention it again, Mephisto always names his maps after Pokemon. I think for a German cup it was even named in German, and then it was some English names sprinkled, and not sure if he has named one of his maps Weavile just yet, but there were quite a lot of Pokemon, but especially from earlier generations. So before Gen 5, I think there was 1 or 2 maps that had Gen 5 or Gen 6 Pokemon, but I'm not quite certain because there were so, like, dude, there were so many Mephisto maps that I've casted in my in my Trackmania career. Like, I could not even count them. Probably like 20, 30, maybe even more than that.
Mephisto is a quality map builder that has stood the test of time. You know, give him any possibility, any competition. You know, the man can deliver always on this, and yeah, definitely, it's one of the standout tracks because it is the longest, and to some extent, it can be one of the more punishing parts as well because everything can go very much smoothly. But this last quarter of the section with the penalty grass and the reactors as well, plus this ending as well, you can gain so much on somebody else towards the end who's a bit more conservative. So it's quality mapping by Mephisto, but as much as it is also quality, it is equally as punishing as well. But we'll see if Manox and Noisia can keep it going, or maybe Radioxo and Bobro can actually sneak a few more points, because finalist mode is all nice and good, but you know, it's very hard to, you know, deny somebody consecutively for a multitude of rounds. So you really want to get that point cap, you know, more manageable than 20, for example, 23 points when we look at Noisia and Radioxo, for example.
Yeah, I think it is like Noisia just, for me, kind of plays like Mario's, just safe, consistent. Of course, there's some mistakes sprinkled in, but just getting those victories that matter and just creates that 20+ point gap for now. I mean, also here in this turn, you know, taking it a bit more safer, going a bit wider, but having full control, whereas it was Radioxo having to readjust. So that's what Noisia is really capitalizing from. But also, it's very impressive that it's quality from Mephisto that we're talking about and not quantity, because he has been building so many maps. It's like crazy. You see him in almost every competition just having a map in there, and he always delivers and defines a map differently. So that is very cool. And it is Manox winning the round with a 102.736 as well. So very good time here to start things off as well on this first map out of the map pack. Only half a second behind the world record, but I mean, for me, this, like, again, you said it already, like the left turn you had with the grass triangle, it's so hard to predict, and you can lose time so easy on this map.
Yeah, it's with the nowadays with a lot of these competitions as well, and the tracks as well, it comes down to so many little details. It's ridiculous at this point. You can have one little bump there, you lose a bit of speed. You have one more bump there, it's massively difficult. But once you see them nail those corners bit by bit every single round, that's where it becomes ever so more satisfying, because then it just flows together. You can see up in front as well from Baupro's position, Noisia and Manox just showing, once you get into the groove of the track, it just makes it look so effortless as well. And we see that always with the best players in the world, as Baupro does hit the wall and allows Radioxo to go up in front. So it is Noisia and Manox just fighting basically whoever gets first and second position. I mean, it is one of those cases where you would be nice, you know, to get the hand over there, and you can see, oh, but just gets that clip on the inside of that penalty grass block, or as well. So just was about to overtake at a really aggressive line, but just a bit too much. But that's where the differences lie. Those subtle details make the worlds of a difference.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, on other maps, Noisia would have not been able to finish and having to respawn or opting for that safe ending. But here, the finish is kind of forgiving in that way. Only the angle is really mattering. But once you've played it for a little bit, I think it is somewhat consistent to do. But yeah, Manox, 84 points. Very good performance. Radiaxo and Baupro are so far behind Noisia right now. 68 points for him, for Noisia. And then Radiaxo on third position right now. So this is 27 points of a deficit that it's almost impossible to catch up. I think the only person I can really think of who has made this kind of comeback was Coco in 2019, where he, I think, even got second place ahead of Link in the CDF in the Championnat de France, and one of the greatest matches that I've ever casted, where Gwen has eventually won it against Link, and then Coco got second, and then there was a player called Binks back then as well, which was one of his first big tournaments. So that was kind of interesting. But look at this round. Maybe we have a Binks in the making here as well, because Manox doing absolutely fantastic here. 103.416, not the best winning time, but definitely a good ending. But every player here, Kriidy, in between half a second. So that was definitely a close round.
Yeah, definitely getting ever so closer and closer as we get ever so closer to the points limit, as well as Manox is only technically a few round wins away from going into finalist mode as well, so nothing to scoff at that as well. The points gap between the two, well, as soon as I of course say that he's having a great time, he hits the first available light pole on the track, allowing Noisia now to take advantage of this, because he is actually now 20 points behind, and if Manox stays in last position, as we said, with this point repetition, Noisia would get 10, but Manox would only get 3, so that is 7 points that can be gained by just one round. So again, when the risk or the match gives you the opportunity, you definitely should be taking advantage. But it's actually, well, I was about to say that Radiaxo is not making it easy for Noisia, but flying out like that maybe makes it a bit more easy for Noisia. And we see Manox not giving an inch or a mile with Baupro and Radiaxo, not being able to really keep up with the pace, as Noisia and Manox just put the pressure on and do not allow them to have any moment of comfort. And even when they're falling behind, Manox gets second position with Baupro and Radiaxo having to just stick with third and fourth, really.
Yeah, yet again, Manox and Noisia getting first and second place. So this is so unlucky for them, because Manox made a mistake, but of course was able to handle it a bit better, and now he's up to 100 points, and this match already looks decided. But of course we have other maps coming into play as well, and then the finalist mode that will be taking place as well once you have reached or surpassed 120 points. So Manox can reach it here and can also close it out. Noisia can reach it here as well, but cannot close it out ever so slightly. So there you go. We have one more warm-up here on the next map by Cassidius, which is Soltar. How would you pronounce that? Soltare?
Well, I would go with, well, I went for Saltaire, or Saltaire would be something that I would, if I saw that name, that would be my first pronunciation. But of course you can go Saltaire, where would you put the preference with the lettering? Yeah, so
yeah, but where's the E in there? But yeah, I mean, I'm currently learning Polish as well. Like sometimes in general, like linguistics is very messed up. You know, you have words and you pronounce them completely different, of course, and we just got used to them, which is really fun because you learn about those rules, right? And then you're like, yeah, that's true, but you already applied them even though you didn't know about the rules. So yeah, I mean, maybe that's where the E is coming from. But I would go for Saltar, you go for Saltaire. I think Saltaire also sounds a bit more suiting for my ears.
Yeah, it's the sound of it sounds like it would be a very good way to pronounce it. Of course, I'm sure that Cassidius maybe using chat as well can enlighten us as well. Always interested to see sometimes what inspiration people get from the map names. You know, do they sometimes people have a certain map name already in mind, maybe with some theme in mind as well, and where that name comes from as well. But for the time being, at least, we will. It is Latin apparently.
So then probably Saltare, right?
Yeah, then
Then it's
it
probably
would be.
Saltare.
Yeah, then it would make more sense as well. Apparently, the meaning of the word is to jump, to leap, or to spring, basically. And I mean, there are a few jumps
Spring.
then and there. Um,
Where's
uh,
where's the bumper then?
yeah,
Just
well,
spring.
where are the bumpers then? Yeah, well, I want to see my bumpers on a springy map, you know. Maybe we're maybe the next time. Maybe you should have named it Solitaire without bumpers. Is probably what it should have been named. But regardless of our shenanigans and linguistic talk, we see that Manox and Noise are just carrying on what they have been doing. There's at the moment it is one of those cases where you just let them drive because they're seemingly just having a good time. They're just fighting each other, having a good time, getting that first position. Manox going over that corner that I was hoping that he would not clip, and with some good times on the board as well. Because their world record is at 56.8, and we've seen plenty of those 57 lows. So people are really getting into the groove of this track, and that pace between Manox and Noisia is definitely proven to be going quite well.
Yeah, Noisia and Manox looking really strong, but it really feels like we're going down memory lane because you just bringing up Airwalk here, which was like such a great map. In general, I think this first iteration of the World Tour last year had really good maps, and also the second season, and yeah, there were some very memorable maps for me, but yeah, I mean, bumpers are still a thing yet to be discovered. I mean, there were some issues on this map. I just remember, I think Dexter like bumping completely to the right or something like that at the start. There were some stuff like that can be a bit inconsistent, so that's why you wanna just refrain from bumpers and those kind of things or situations, and just having your occasional reactor boost and ice turn sprinkled in is a bit better. But right now, Noisia and Manox are in the lead again, and Radiaxo going for a very risky line, but that wasn't the best exit, having to readjust a lot, but could overtake, but no, makes a mistake himself, and now it's Noisia denying the finals mode to Manox, who's now up to 116 points, so he only has to get one more third position in order to activate finals mode, and then he can book his ticket into the winner bracket final already.
Yeah, it will be whatever result. Well, apart from getting last, any result would secure him that finalist mode as well. And then it comes a ticking clock, basically, of how long can you make advantage of that mode. But I mean, overall, but yeah, I will say that much as well. You know, I have plenty of GIFs of speech bubbles on Trackmania World Tour map, so definitely good content. And Radioxo hits a bit of goes a bit too wide, hits the checkpoint. So my Discord GIF section is filled with plenty of World Tour speech bubbles, so very much happy with that. But definitely good maps, difficult maps as well. With currently this year's maps, definitely the difficulty has been toned down a bit without the identities necessarily, but equally still punishing because they are still long maps. And nailing it down for like a long when they are longer than a minute. Oh, Manox having a bit of a truffle time on that outside third, but still holds on to second position. Noisia still will be able to get a good time, but still equally as punishing the longer the track is. We saw that on Mephisto's track, which is the only track that is above a minute, as the rest are 55, 56 around this show. It's always an interesting part where I prefer 55 seconds tracks. When they go over a minute, that's where my brain just discombobulates, because those last few seconds are where I'm like, oh god, it's taking so long to get to the finish line.
Yeah, your brain really turns off there, and for me that's also really hard. For me it starts already like at 45 to 50 seconds, because back then I played Race of Champions in Trackmania United, right? And there the maps like have to be like as short as possible, like 38 to 45 seconds, because time was money and LP back then, the ladder points, right? And so that's why I didn't really play maps that were like over 50 seconds long. It was like, boah, this map is so long. And I don't know, I was just not bothered to learn them and stick with those shorter maps instead. But keep in mind, Manox now is in finalist because he has got himself a second finish. I think it was even a first position. I'm not quite sure though. He had a fight with Noisia in that round, but Manox can book his ticket into the winner bracket final here with this line, and it looked so good for Noisia at the start of the race. But I think they're gonna meet again in the winner bracket final if Noisia just continues like that. But he only gets 4 points in this round. But I think on the next map he can close it out. But GG's to Manox. He's our first participant in the winner bracket final.
Yeah, very comfortable, making sure that there is no denying that he's the person to take advantage of it. And as we see that maybe is that the round switch? That was perfectly timed. If so, yeah, it is actually the rounds. I was for a moment thinking, wait a minute, why is it switching maps? But it was actually the final round of the track, so
Yeah,
clearly cannot count to 4. So
it
might
can be
have to go
hard.
back to school.
That can be very hard. So that's the last map of this rotation. That's what I mean. Unless the match is not over quick, we're gonna see map number 1 again. But I do think, like, just from my perception of how the match looks right now, because the gap is over 50 points between second and third, I think Noisia will close it out here, maybe even in 2 rounds, because Baupro and Radiaxo have to act, and they have to act very quick.
Yeah, and Noisia looked very comfortable when we were looking at this track. You know, we were able to witness him drive, and he looked pretty pristine. You know, nothing really to fault him for. Ice slides looked very comfortable as well. You know, so I think it is a very far conclusion that Radiaxo and Bopo really need a miracle out of this one in order to defy Noisia from the upper bracket final here. So. Gonna be a tough task, but I mean, if there's any time is place, I keep saying it, ice is always a great equalizer, no matter who. We've seen that with many tracks before. You put the best players on there, they can do all of the grass, dirt, plastic, road, put them on ice, and everybody has a slide out or two, no matter who is on that surface. Maybe not Elkon. Elkon is probably one of the few people who just
And Mika.
loves it so much that he's just unbeatable there, to be honest, because he just makes it look effortless.
Yeah, that is for sure. Some players just make it look very easy, but that's so deceiving, as well as Deep Dip right now. You know, I really like watching Bren, right? But this, like, you see like him rushing through floor 1 and 2, and you're like, dude, I can do that myself. And then you boot up this map, you're like, yeah, maybe not. Like, it's just so impressive to see that. Trackmania looks so easy. And then there's so many backseaters as well in the chat who's like, yeah, you should go right, you should go left. Some of them are right because they have maybe seen the stream or whatever, but like, it looks so easy, but it's not. It's so difficult. And then you're also so far above, which like also applies much more pressure to you. Yeah, I don't know, like, it's for me, this guy's just inhuman. But well, here we go to the infamous equalizer. Radiaxo has it really good, but it's Noisia still leading, and he only needs a second position in order to activate finalist mode. Doesn't slide out here, and Noisia is our second finalist.
Yeah, that is a finalist mode secured. One more round needed to secure it, and the only thing that Bopro has to and Radiaxo has to do is deny him for 6 consecutive rounds just to get into finalist mode themselves. So, you know, it could be worse. I mean, it could be 7, you know, so it's at least 6. But looking at what we're seeing at the moment, it is only Radiaxo who could be the one to do it. So it is pretty much a 1v1 between the two. Can Noisia keep it clean, cut as well, and can Radiaxo not hit that checkpoint, and indeed he does so. So Noisia, apart from a lapse of judgment, you know, should be concerning. I mean, it is one of those cases where if you are in this position, then you should be checking the splits. And I mean, if I were to see that on my screen 3 seconds, I mean, honestly, I would just, you know, on the ice slide here, I would just go pretty wide, turn, oversteer a bit, you know, get that angle nice and tight. Don't really need to do anything fancy, but that is a clean slide. Nothing really too effortless there. And there it is. Manox is first, but Noisia secures a very comfortable second position with a decent time as well. Low 55s is always nice. So those are the two going on the upper bracket. And Radiaxo and Balpro, well, they will have to wait their turn in the lower bracket. So that is how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles, and I think Noisia showed that he is a worthy opponent for Manox. Just 1 or 2 screws that still have to be adjusted, but of course with pressure it really shows. But of course, just keep in mind, there was this one round where Noisia, round number 1 it was even, where he was on first, but then couldn't make it stick through. So it was literally just a tiny bit of a difference between them. And I think Noisia also had the worst of mistakes from both of them. But there you go. This was the match. Let's see if there's any match still ongoing. I think the winner bracket semifinal 1 is still ongoing, so we can also take a look onto that actually. Oh, because we have a great fight between Rookie. Then we have seen Samur already, and then Lele. I'm just calling him Lele because that's the first 4 letters that I see on here. So let's go and see what we can do. Or we could also say, let's go, because he wins the round. And we have a double final situation almost if Rookie wins the next round.
Yeah,
Or gets
so
second.
surprisingly, yeah. I mean, Lele definitely doing rather well indeed as well. I believe that the Lele seeding in this case was 7th, so he is actually lower seeded than Rookie. But we have already seen what happens when, you put people into rounds mode as well. It's a completely different ball game, and we see Rookie
Oh.
maybe not maybe hasn't had the best of times on the tracks that he has wanted to, and Lele has been taking a very much good advantage of it as well, and so could be a slight upset in that regard if we look at the seeding standings between Rookie and Lele, but we are going on to Cerveza. We cannot escape it. So basically, it boils down to whose eyesight is going to be better or who has more comfortability with this track, because this track definitely seems to just weed out the ones that are in it to win it and the ones that saw this track and went like, yeah, this is an ice slide. Now, what is that then? I'm not going to be good on this now. What am I going to do now? So we'll see how things go.
Yeah, but I mean, I think most of the ice slides, at least nowadays, do not really have any gear prawns, because here you really have a clear path of how to approach it. You have a clear gear 4, unless you don't release, or unless you don't release really, or don't have a over angle, you will not slide out, and you will create a feeling for that. But of course, in a pressure situation, that is easier said than done. But I think ice on competitive maps is okay, unless it's built with a lot of caution. Because it can be messed up quite quickly, especially if you have a gear change. I think there was one of the XP Evo maps where you had this hairpin before, and then I think there was a gear 2 or gear 3 ice slide. Maybe you remember that. This one was very problematic because the gear change was so early beforehand, and if you overdrifted that turn, you just have problems with it, and it's very hard to really sprinkle in an ice slide without those problems, because you can be the best player, but at some point you will not have the best speed there. But well, let's focus on the round, because Lele isn't finalist, and currently he's behind Samor, who is surprisingly at 70 points and is on last place in this match. But he can also win 5 rounds himself and then make it into finalist, as Rookie looks very strong to activate finalist mode himself. He only needs to get that 2nd place. But of course, there is the reality check, the ice slide. Lele is not too far behind. He has a good line. Samor sliding out. Rookie not with a good line. Lele will have a lot of speed here for the ending, and I think Lele can make it. Lele with a great snipe here in the end, and he has more speed and will make it. Wow, what a great end. And that really shows that the exit out of this ice slide is so important. And we have 4 winner bracket finalists.
Yeah, and surprisingly as well, out of these 3, the lowest seeded one gets through, because Rookie was 4th seeded, Samo was 6th, and Lele was 7th.
Wow.
So that is an interesting one. Lele definitely seems to be the one to keep an eye out. It is a GG for everybody involved. I don't know what is happening currently in the lower bracket one. They do have their own separate rooms there. Not any more emergency rooms, just rooms, so everything seems to be going well for them. That name still gives me a chuckle. Makes it sound like it's like, oh god, these people are injured. We need to get them there. Emergency room situation right there. But we can quickly take a. Oh, they are password protected. Well, that's convenient.
Anyway,
we can leave them to it.
Yeah, well, let's just go on a break then, right? It is fine. I think there's also only 2 players on one of the server, and the other one is already finished, something like that. But let's take a break, because I think the next matches might be starting a bit sooner than the one that is taking on the sheet. But guys, that was a lot of fun. Great matches have happened, and I think the winner bracket final will be even better than that. Kriidy, let's go on a small break.
Hello, everybody. We are back from a very long break. Hopefully, you had time to get snacks because now we are getting into the absolute final stretches of this South American Cup as well. We've had some plenty of good funs, plenty of roller coaster rides to begin with, but now it's just smooth sailing to find out who will be getting towards the grand final with this upper bracket match, which could be a prerequisite to what we will see here. But of course, it wouldn't be a cast, of course, without your fellow compatriots. So Turbo, hopefully you enjoyed your long break, get a bit of refreshment as well. We're getting into more of the late hours for us here as well. I'm already past midnight, so I'm already joining. Also, fun fact, my window was completely open. So during all of that 2 hours that we've been casting to the outside, everybody outside in the world heard it.
Everybody in the outside heard it. Like you were talking so loud that even I was able to hear it, and
Wow.
I didn't have my
all the way back
headphones
in
on.
Germany.
Right?
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly. All the way from Estonia to Germany with love. But also a nice match is happening here between Charles and Manox. They're meeting for the first time. Then we have Lele, who has also been going through. A bit of a surprise that we have already pointed out, but still very cool to see that. A bit of the dark horse in this match. And then we have one other player by the name of Noisia, of course, who has been playing very well. And I think this, like for me, this is a 3-horse battle between Charles, Manox, and then maybe Noisia also sprinkled in, who really was shining through with his consistency. And now we have a 2-minute warm-up, and also, of course, a slight different format because now we have a point limit of 130 this time around. And there you go. So good luck to the players, of course. This will be a banging match, and I do look forward to see who will already have guaranteed some of the prize pool. So at least $10 locked in, or 20 like for third and fourth position in the grand final. But the top two will move into the grand final, have a little bit of a break here. But of course, sometimes it can be advantageous to come from the lower bracket, but this only really applies for tournaments that are like having, like, let's say 64 players, and you like have to play loser bracket final, consolidation final, then you warmed up, you know, going into day 2 and all of that. You woke up, had a good breakfast, and here it's like going very fast paced, and it's like yeah, you have to be in the right spot and the right mindset all along, else it can be over very quick. But there you go, let's go into the match. We start off with Saltare by Cassidus. My god, like how to... Like, now that
I'll just say Cassidus.
Cassidus.
Cassidus sounds the most reasonable one.
Yeah, like we're gonna butcher that name, but I think he does not care too much about it anyway. But well, there you go. Let's see what will happen on this match. Noisia, for me, a player that can also take first position in this one and dethrone Charles and or Manox.
Yeah, definitely true indeed. It will be a battle of the 3 titans, with Lele being the one to cause a bit of a upset in between there as well. But it is a fair point in regards to the lower bracket part as well. We saw that in the previous World Championship as well, where Carl Jr. even said as well he was afraid of KC coming from the lower bracket as well, and with Brennan Otak at the time as well. You know that the advantage of having been played and already, you know, you're on the upswing as well. You're playing to survive, to win, and that mentality can be such a good construct. But no matter what will come down to it, it always matters who arrives on the server. So let's see who has the cojones to make it happen and get their first positions into the grand final, with Manox, Charles, Noisia, and Lele all in the making. And this could be an absolute tussle for those first positions, as we see nothing much to separate apart from Lele, who has fallen a bit behind, taking a few more conservative lines. But Charles, Noisia, and Manox almost inseparable, apart from here where still inseparable, just only Charles taking a bit of a helm for now.
Yeah, wow, what a great round here to start things off here in this winner bracket final. Charles with a great line, but look at that, that's just a train of players here going into the last part of the track. This outside dirt line, Noisia will have a lot of speed. Lele not with a good line, so let's go along with the likes of Noisia, who has good speed, but Manox and Noisia come from the same match, dethroning Charles in this round. So it seems like they are ready, and I mean, they're kind of used to this second constellation, but Charles is now a different ballpark in this way. I think he is one of the favorites. He was first seed as well in the time attack ranking, but now he has only gotten himself 4 points in this first round, and here still the point was 120. Maybe this will be resolved, or maybe we're just gonna play up until 120. So just add admins that it's 130 in the cheat and actually 120 on the server. Just trying to like sort out my glasses here, right? Just think about an actually mode. That's me right now.
Well, technically, when I look at the spreadsheet, it does say cup mode 120 points. Unless I'm reading the wrong spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm the stupid one because I cannot read apparently, because loser bracket final is 130. So disregard what I said. It all doesn't make sense. You know, the steep deprivation does come into play. You can always. Yeah, it was my bad. I'm sorry. Never mind, admins. You're completely fine. I'm just stupid. Let's just say it like that, okay?
Reading is always a difficult job on the fly as well, when we have to look at this Manox and Noisia 1v1 as well. So, you know, they are at the moment taking again the helm of the match at the moment, and leaving Charles and Lele to just, you know, scrape the bottom of the barrel. Manox has won twice in a row, and I feel like the Brazilian devil is beginning to show his teeth at the moment, because, you know, people were afraid of him. People are now seeing, you know, as you get into the latter stages, that he's just, you know what? I don't like to get second position. I'll just win every round, and that should solve the problem of having to worry about any points, you know. Just win every single round. GG. We go into the grand final and I'll do it again. But we'll see. It is, of course, one of the tracks that he probably finds most comfortable as well. It is, of course, the world record is held by Charles, but it is only by a fair bit. And this track definitely has shown that people are getting very close to that world record round every single time. And Manox, Charles, and Noisia, again, just nothing to separate as they get to the dirt. The dirt is where you really get that speed swing here. And everybody goes, only Lele goes for that inside line, doesn't want to go for that outside dirt. Charles clips and loses all of that position like nothing. And all of a sudden he's in last position just because one wheel was too inside.
But what a snipe there from Lele as well, overtaking Noisia here, and this could have been huge for him, because the gap now is, instead of 7 points, it's 3 points between Noisia and Lele. But there was first, second for Brazil, and we go to the next round. Manox, 3 out of 3. That is beautiful from him for now, but that of course creates a very spicy battle for that second place right now, as Charles has 10 points accumulated thus far in those 3 rounds that we've seen. But good start from him right now, as he finds himself in the battle for first position, even is pulling away from the others, going so close there to the reset turbine. If you touch it, you will be dropping a lot of speed and will not play a role for that first position. Lele made a mistake. Manox, Charles, and also Noisia fighting it out, but just when I say Noisia is also in there, he makes that mistake. So it's between Manox and Charles, seed 1 and 2 fighting it out, but it is Charles also with a mistake. So Manox driving how Noisia played in the winner bracket round 1, and just wins 4 out of 4 rounds, and is already 1/3 through of activating finalist mode. That is awesome. Charles still getting second, Lele on third, and Noisia only getting 3 points in this round. And look at that, only 3 points tearing second and fourth apart.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous. Like, man just arrived and chose violence is what that Manox is doing at the moment. He's on 40 points, while the next is 19. Just by one map, he has a 21-point lead, and this is where the 10-6-4-3 people love it. It's the most OG point repetition as well, but holy moly, it can be so punishing and so equally as rewarding as well. I prefer 10-7-5-3. In my opinion, it reduces a bit more, puts a bit more pressure on players as well, and doesn't really punish you for little mistakes. But at the same time, you look at Manox, and at the moment I cannot fault him. He deserves it at the moment. 57 ones every single round basically, and everybody else is just trembling with fear at this point, because now they have a lot of work to do to just catch up, to be honest.
But I think the problem with 10-7-5-3 is that matches are only getting decided in finalist mode. We have seen it at XP Evo. Matches were so fast-paced and so quick that they sometimes even ended on map 4 or something like that. That can be one of the heavy disadvantages. But yeah, I get the point that with normal cut mode, so with 10, 6, 4, 3, you drop further behind, and a first position is just so advantageous. And then the second place is like, yeah, well, you know what? I played good, but I only get 6 points. So I get this 1 extra point, but then 5-3 is like 5 points is, in my opinion, too much for third position. So maybe 10-7-4-3 for me would be the one to choose. But of course, it all really depends of how you see it. You know, at the end, usually, in average, you know, first and second going through, unless you have like a very, very lucky rundown or a good map or whatever. And also reverse finalist mode and or reverse cup mode is also something different. Yes. And yeah, well, this also messes with players. So there's like so many variables to talk about, but let's also focus on this round because good start for all the players. And it is Manox with a great start, but Charles and also Noisia are in there. But wow, look at that round here, Kriidy. Everyone is pushing so much.
Yeah, name a more iconic duo at the moment. Charles is in first place. Surely he will be able to hold on to it as well. But Charles is definitely sending it. Goes very far into the jump, but it's still not enough for everybody to catch up. But you can see nothing to really separate. This is going to just come down. Who's willing to take the most speed from this final turn? Nothing comes, but Charles is holding on. Oh, but it is Noisia who falters just on the line. But a 54-5 going in very solid as well. Really good round. Only the last real turns to really separate them as well. And Manox, well, it was a clean sweep on the previous track, but not so much anymore as people are now getting more points on the board. But still, that was a close affair. Noisia faltering a bit towards the end of a few of these rounds, not getting as consistent or as comfortable as he was maybe in that first round, where he wasn't really facing that much pressure, rather just, you know, clean driving is all that was needed.
But also on the other hand, Manox and Noisia were so close to each other in this match that they played against each other. And now it's already 24 points away. But now Manox making some mistakes in the last 2 rounds. I mean, you were already mentioning his streak has been broken. And now he's only in contention for that third position. Beautiful quarter pipe jump, but let's focus on the fight between Noisia and Charles here. Noisia is quite far ahead, doesn't lose control. Charles with a great approach there, but I think the call is a bit too late, and he also misjudges the line, and now Noisia sets a great time, 54.399. That is only 2/10 away off of the world record, and with that, Noisia goes back into P number 2 just like that, but still very close. And now Manox only having a gap of 20 points, I mean only quote unquote, but after that perfect start he dropped a lot of points. But again here it looked like a 4th position for him just before the quarter pipe, but he still got 6 points in this round, so he's 2nd place.
Yeah, he's definitely benefiting from the fact that Charles has probably thrown away more points than he's actually gained during this match at the moment, because he's been constantly up in front, but that final turn or one little thing that has come in his way to falter in his plans. We've seen it so many times that he's in first position, and rightly so. Again, he finds himself in first position after these consecutive corners. Noisia and Manox trying to go very low. Oh, but Charles goes a bit too heavy on that low jump and still is able to continue. But again, Noisia and Manox are like, well, thank you very much. I'll just get that extra few points, and Charles has to just contend with 4 instead of 10, and that is 6 points basically just that get given away to your opponents who are kind of running away from you.
Yeah, they are slowly but surely running away from you, especially with Noisia just having some great runs, doubling his points almost in the last 2 rounds. So very nice to see that. And now 42 points. That's the Noisia that we are knowing from the last 2 matches. And now he gets a good start again. But look at that. Manox is pressing B for boost, just pushing that outside dirt turn so well, and finds himself in the lead. Also beautiful approach here. Doesn't doesn't have to readjust, because Noisia slightly didn't have a good apex there in that turn. But Manox again, I think also in round 2 this happened. going too much over the border and getting that slowdown so Noisia can get himself another good placement. Manox, maybe his fourth second place in a row, but for that he needs paypalers, and Noisia is certainly not one of them. Very good setup. Charles is on second place. Oh, that is a wonky line. Was able to stick it through and coming closer, but Noisia winning the round up to 52 points. And look, that's how fast it can go. Manox only receiving 21 points on this map. I mean, that's why I also think that the 7 points for second place are much better than 6 points, because now, like, just because of that last position, it turned like to be an okay map to like a not so okay map for Manox.
Yeah, and also you gotta keep in mind there is also the one pro side to the point repetition that we have, that yes, you fall behind rather quickly, but if you can get back into the match, you can make that point deficit melt rather quicker as well, because we've seen that already. You know, it was as soon as Manox gets last position, that point gap that previously was like 21 points, all of a sudden is just 9. So again, every little bit helps. Everything has its pros and cons. You just gotta make do with what you're given. And for the time being, Manox still holding on to first position. He's still cruising, but maybe not as comfortably as before. Noisia is getting back into it. It's Charles trying to find his footing, and Lele, well, just, you know, he's vibing. He's there, and actually we haven't really seen him play, so I don't really know what tracks he's been looking the most strongest on. So for the time being, maybe a bit slightly overshadowed by the players on the server, but hopefully he can, hopefully Lele can find, you know, a map or two that can bring him more points than the previous maps have given.
Yeah, definitely, and they have to already pull the trigger now, because the point limit is rightfully 120 and not 130, and Manox is already halfway through. Noisia also approaches the halfway through mark here if he gets another first place. So there you go. Let's go into round number 9, where it looks really good for Manox. Of course, map number 2 did not really suit him that well. Made a couple of mistakes, but maybe he's also not happy that this map is out of the list. And now we can focus on a beautiful map from Mephisto. Mephisto always delivering, but you have hard transitions and hard parts here, especially going through triangles. And well, I mean, we talked about this turn so often here that will come up here. You can lose control so quick with this left-right combination and just lose a lot of speed, and just like not setting up the drift correctly, but Manox does it so well. Noisia usually goes a bit wider, but I think he's not going anywhere because he has network problems, and Charles and Manox are fighting it out, so I think we're gonna have a little bit of a pause. And of course, Noisia build up some momentum, winning 3 rounds in a row on the previous map, but now his internet decides to play the devil's advocate for him. And there's Charles capitalizing on that, and now all of a sudden is only 3 points away from him.
Yeah, we are gonna see a bit of XDD shaking in just a moment. So clearly the pressure is on. It's so much that the car is even shaking at this point with the driver. Hopefully we will get a pause here, or it was just a momentary hiccup, but it seems that because of that, it will now delay the server as well, because of Noisia's connection. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll get a pause in so they can get their internet sorted out real quick as well. But at the moment, yeah, he's sitting on the touchline as well here, so hopefully we get things going here. Oh, and yeah, we get the pause here, so we wait. We just wait at the moment, because Noisia isn't even moving. He's still on the server, but maybe just making sure that, you know, the internet is all fine and it doesn't cut out, or maybe somebody was downloading something in the other room, so who knows.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Noisia still has problems. I think he has moved at the start. I'm not quite certain about that. Maybe a little bit. I'm not quite certain about that. But, I mean, just make sure that the internet is fine and everything is being figured out. I mean, right now, the match, Manox, very dominant start and shows the potential, but it shows also weaknesses from the reigning champion, who definitely has the favorite role and now gets to feel a lot of pressure. Noisia had a bad start into the match, then coming back. Charles as well, you know, both of them just really arrived now, and then Lele is somewhat behind. 36 points accumulated for him. It's okay. but he needs more than that in order to make it through into the grand final already.
Yeah, it seems so as well. Judging from my rough translation, or understanding what it says here in-game chat as well, at least it looks like there was maybe a quick PC crash. It seems.
Okay.
If anything, because I think with my limited amount of Portuguese that I know, I think I can understand that PC crashu probabilmente. So probably should whip out Google Translate, to be honest, just to give myself a bit of a trouble as well. At least that is the speculation. At least it seems that there could have been the case. But for the time being, we just get to wait, have a bit of a podcast, and overall we get a bit of a reflection of what we've seen so far. And honestly, indeed, yeah. As now the server finally kicks him out as well. I mean, Manox has been looking good though. I will say Manox has been looking good. Maybe now faltering a bit more as Charles and Noisy are getting more into it.
Yeah, that is for sure. That is indeed for sure. As maybe he just can calm himself down also with the additional warm-up. Sometimes that can really help a player to just get into the groove and make something, or just make a rather shaky map coming away and just be like, okay, come on, I can do it, I can make it. And I mean, Manox is experienced enough to doing this kind of thing happening. So of course he's still ahead. He's still quite far ahead, 15 points. I think the only player who should really worry right now is Noisia, who is of course, with his problems, a little bit further behind, or fell a lot behind, because Charles also won that round. He will join the server please, Charles did not win, the uncertainty has hit him, and now every player's just waiting on him. You also have that guilty feeling of that, oh, everyone has to wait on me, and everyone warms up, and you just start to think, but I mean, we already talked about that. The moment you start to think, you're losing.
Yeah, and apparently, judging from the rough Google translation, apparently there was something regarding lights went out or something like that. So maybe there was a quick power outage for a moment. Apparently, from my rough translations from Google Translate, I literally have now Google Translate open just to somewhat understand what is going on. But the only thing we need to understand as casters anyway is the fact of language of Trackmania. And I think no matter, that is a language barrier that all of us understand. And we just get to see it right here unfold for us. Hopefully it doesn't really, get Noisia out of the groove, because he was just getting into it as well. Yeah. More so as well. So hopefully that doesn't really get into it, but it's always rough to start again after a bit of a longer tech pause, especially if it happens to you of all things as well. So hopefully
Definitely.
It all goes well still.
Definitely, well said. And I mean, Noisia has a very conservative start here into this round, as he's behind Lele and also Charles, and then, well, Manox is just on another level, but Noisia crashing, not dying completely, which is really good, but still he cannot really get himself some of those points here that are up for grabs. But I think Manox is even on a great time here. Very good setup there as well, super close to the wall, good entry into the reactor boost as well. Charles coming a bit closer though by the looks of it, but that's also deceiving because the speed drops so much. And there you go, Manox with a 102.546, so only 400s away from Charles' time that we have seen in the round beforehand, if we even think about it like that, because that's only round number 2 of this map. Manox up to 77, now Charles up to tied second place with Noisia, and Noisia has to act, but of course should not apply too much pressure onto him, because this would not be good. He should just stick to the plan. Those things can happen, and I mean, he played a great previous match, and also the first round looked so good from him, and now he has a good start, so maybe he can redeem himself in round number 3 on this map.
Yeah, it all boils down to confidence. The more you have of it, the more it will work in your favor. But at the moment, Corion at least is not really working out for Noisia, so it only allows Charles to overtake him and Manox to maybe grow his lead even more so. So we'll have to wait and see. I will say, in fact, that it is the longest track, but to be only 0.3 away from the world record is quite a formidable pace at the moment, and it seems that Manox is the one that falters now. So Charles, after all of these times being denied, finally is looking to get some good points on the board, and he needs them if he wants to catch up to Manox. Again, 0.6, very solid time. Manox was also on a good time. Lele gets the second position. Noisia has to succumb to fourth. But for the time being, it is still, a comfortable position. You're going to fall off a bit from Charles and Manox, but at least it's somewhat in touching distance. And given the caliber of these players, they all can get first position. So it might be only 23 points now, but you can get 2 rounds in, and you already that lead is the point gap is like halved in just 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, the point gap can really shrink, or just at least vanish even in just a couple of rounds, especially with only getting 3 points, or your PC just decides to crash in one of the most important matches of this day. That is very unlucky, of course. Also Lele, who has been doing nicely so far. 46 points accumulated for him so far. Not looking too bad, just sniping away some of the 6-pointers, some of the 4-pointers. But right now it's an open round for that 10-pointer here. But Manox is already so far ahead, had a very, very good section there. And Noisia tries to push and tries to overtake Charles, his direct competitor. Very good setup from Noisia, going super, super wide there, but doesn't nail the apex. And I do think that this is just not a map for him that much, as you see it here. He loses so much in the end, and Manox with another mid 102 time. Charles happily taking home that second place, extending his gap to Noisia with that, now up to 9 points. 91 points for Manox, so he can theoretically close it already out on map number 4. So there you go. Let's see what will happen there. But I mean, Noisia, I think this might have been his worst map beforehand, and I mean, he's probably happy that this misery is over after a DNF and just like a lot of wonky rounds that have happened.
Yeah, and technically by maths or the way the match is going, we should not be seeing that track anymore anyway. So it should be perfectly fine. But of course, we got to keep in mind that if we get towards the rotation end as well, we will go back to the track where Manox just aced everybody. So the first map to begin for us, So something to keep in mind, of course, as we go further in here as well. But of course, we have to enjoy a bit of a cerveza, where with the ice being brought to the table again as well. We saw Noisia actually feeling a lot more comfortable as well, but it can go quite wrong rather quickly towards the end of it, because we've seen a fair few moments where people have looked very comfortably in the lead, looks all good, and then all of a sudden there's a wall right next to your car. So, it's one of those cases where how does that happen? But, it just happens in the moment, heat of the moment, of course. But we'll see. I believe that this could throw in a few spanners in the works as we go further. I think we will see a bit of a shake-up here in points, at least. I don't think we will have such a gap after this track, unless Manox just decides, you know what, I'll just, as you said, he can't technically close it out already here, get, a finalist mode in 3 rounds, and first shot the finalist mode to get into the grand final, easy peasy.
Yeah, I mean, this map looks very deceiving, especially the ending. I think you already explained it very well. We have seen some mess-ups there already, with players either going too far to the right or just not getting the exit point correctly, not finding the right angle on the ice, but also the old used blue block or blue platform block that you have had there. Like, if you go too far on the right side, you will slide out and your car will not grip. So you need to gain somewhat of a right momentum, or you have to steer somewhat to the right in order to make it across. So this is also important. And then, of course, you run into danger of hitting that free-wheel block. On the other hand, now, let's talk about the round. It is Noisia starting to dominate on this map as Charles is making that mistake. So this could lead up to a very spicy battle. Manox with a good entry into the ice. Noisia going a bit wider, and Manox having a bit to readjust if he wants to make it stick. Never mind, he had a beautiful line over that part. Was really committing to that, and that looked really good there, Kriidy, from Manox. That line was beautiful, and he claims another first place and also a good time.
Yeah, the perfect ice slide is where the slide is perfectly set up so you don't have to touch a single thing. That is the best way to gather speed, and you saw the difference. Noisia had to, a bit of fiddle around with the accelerator there, as Lele has a bit of a lapse in judgment there, on unique way to fall off there. But yeah, you can see, yeah, Manox just committed. The one thing ice does, it smells fear. And if you're not confident on ice, it's immediate like, well, we'll just make you lose a few more speed. Here's a nice slide out for you as well. What else would you want? Oh, I can chuck you into a wall as well. So as soon as you start to hesitate on any part, especially on ice, immediately it's there to just ruin your day. But for the time being, it is good to see that Noisy is getting towards the top end as well. Charles again getting back into it as well. But can he get the ice slide? Charles is showing where he's doing a bit of, bit of ice SDing as well, trying to capitalize on that extra speed, and does so as well. 54.8 as well. We don't see sub 55s on this track that often, but that ice slide is where you can get all of that speed and momentum.
Yeah, Charles here really striking back and extending his lead again to Noisia. And Manox only with 4 points in this round. So up to 105, not possible to close it out here going into the penultimate round on this map on Cerveza. Just a very nice name to pronounce as well, if you ask me. A nice map by Stokane, or Stokane, I would say Stokane as a German, and Zengo, of course. So very cool map, and in general the whole map pack has been treating us very nicely. Very unique take of maps, and Noisia definitely gets to taste that uniqueness with that mistake, and is now 7 seconds behind. However, Manox is not capitalizing from that, because it was Noisia having good pace. Now it is Charles again, alone in the lead, half a second ahead of Lele, who can also get some points in this round. Could go up to 62 points if he gets that second place, of course. But Charles will happily take that second place, and I mean, Noisia, he's running out of time actually here, and it could be slowly but surely over, or rather Charles reaching finals mode very, very quick.
Yeah, that is true. Also, I just quickly was wondering, what does cerveza mean? Apparently it's a Spanish word meaning beer. So,
True.
That is why as well, because I was thinking, wait, cerveza, isn't that a beer
of
some
familiar,
kind?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking as well, and then I just quickly googled. Yeah, it is the Spanish word for beer. So there you go. Everybody seems to love to name their tracks. I know this is not the first time that somebody has named their track after a beer or so. I mean, there's literally a team named Piwo, which is Polish for beer.
Yeah, I learned Polish right now, or I learned Polish, not right now, but in this semester, so it's kind of right now if you take the concept of the semester. But yeah, those are one of the first words that I learned. You do not really actually learn any swear words. We are very polite in that course, which I really like. But it's fun to learn languages, and you have some words that you just know in other languages, which is really cool. Especially Lele doesn't know about this ice slide, and Noisia cannot crack Manox here in the end. So it is Charles getting another first position, surpassing the 100-point barrier. So there you go. And Manox now up to 115 points. He needs a second place though on the next map in order to get finals mode, so only in the first round, of course.
I mean, crazy times by Charles towards the end as well. He was really taking advantage of that track as well. But we are moving on to Golden Hour. Now, we'll see whose Golden Hour it will be on this track in just a few moments. Of course, if we look at the overall timetables and such, it is on paper, at least, compared to the likes of Charles and Noisia and such, it's Manox's weakest track, but that doesn't mean nothing. If everybody else crashes behind you, then it doesn't matter how slow you are. As long as you finish first, that's all you need in the end. But you said it rightly as well, Manox needs to get a top 2 finish if he wants to go into finalist mode, unless he wants his opponents, especially Charles, who is very heavily breathing down his neck, which is only by 11 points now. So if Manox falters and Charles gets another first position, that point deficit just gets immediately chucked to the bin. And to keep in mind, Charles had probably the worst starts to this match that you could possibly have to begin with. So shows that Manox might be good, but everybody else is more than willing to keep the challenge going until the very end.
And I think this is all just about momentum. This whole, also the grand final, it is so close between Manox and Charles. Charles had 10 points after the first 3 rounds, and now he's just 11 points away from Manox, who has, if you remember, he has won all 4 rounds on map number 1. And then there was, yeah, also Noisia, who had a really good comeback, winning 3 rounds in a row. So it seems like everyone has kind of their maps or their moments in this match, and it's really all dependent of how this match will develop. And I think that Manox, Noisia, and Charles will meet in the grand final again. +1, maybe even like underdog or someone that we do not really expect. But I think this can be a very exciting match, but let's not call it too early, because I think this map for Noisia was really good. If you think about that, in the matches that we have seen him, he pushed this 180 corner so much that will come up after this third sector. Before the water, he had it really well and had a great apex there. Also good amount of speed accumulated. He goes so inside there, but Charles has it even better. And let's go into the round here. Oh, Charles having to readjust just a tiny little bit there. But Noisia not touching the wall. It is Charles crumbling under the pressure, and now Noisia will go up to 91 points and applying a tremendous amount of pressure towards his opponent. And that is also a good time as well, 57.625 from Noisia to win the round. And well, that's what I mean. It's so momentum based here between those 3 players.
Yeah, but all of that fumbling by Charles and Lele allowed Manox to sneak into second position and putting him into finalist mode. And so that is where it goes. Charles again immediately makes an early mistake by touching the outside dirt here as well. So it is up to Lele and Noisia to deny as well. And you said it very rightly so as well. Noisia on this track found a lot of consistency. It's not like it's the most fastest pace, but it's fast enough to make everybody else struggle. Ooh, and a speech bubble for Manox. The checkpoint strikes back. That is why you use gates. And Lele finds a light pole as well. Even DNFs as well. I mean, he's in finalist mode, and I think he kind of understands it. I don't think he did. I would be only denying points from Lele, to be honest, who has 69 points as well, which is very nice as well. But Noisia and Charles are now gonna come ever so closer, and 57.5, Noisia just keeps it cool, calm, collected. 0.5, 0.6 works wonders for him, and he gets also into the triple digits.
Yeah, he also gets into the triple digit where Manox decides to DNF, but of course it doesn't matter that much because he was in finals. He doesn't have to collect any points. You do not really lose the finals mode once you have activated it, so Manox can just go again and hope that he can now make it through, or just believe in himself, or just say confident, yeah, I will make it. You know, there's different approaches that a player goes for, and of course it's also his map. It's indeed the golden hour. I mean, the stars do align, but maybe that also applies a lot of pressure onto you, that, you know, yeah, it's my map, it is the last round on this map, I have to win, right? Or I want to win, I want to take it. I mean, it's a cool story to say that you take it home on your map, and right now the stars do align because it is Charles making a mistake. Lele now the only player left behind, but he also makes a mistake, and now Noisia will move up into not actually second place, but everyone is like 1+ seconds behind each other, and Manox just has to survive the ending. And there you go, he will be our first grand finalist, and I would say deserved, even though he had some wonky moments on map 2 and on some other rounds, but well, he was dominating throughout the entirety of the match, and you know, he won 4 rounds in a row, got 3 second places after that, and then was already up to 58 points. So great performance, and now it's on between Charles and especially Noisia, who are both above 105 points, and then Lele is at 79. And it was only round 3, so we go into round number 4 now.
Yeah, so Manox takes full advantage of the round where everybody decides, you know what, Manox, you can go to the grand final. We'll allow it this time around. But now it's time for Charles and Noisia, and they are still fighting for the battle, and Charles is now secured. As long as he finishes, it is secured to be finalist mode for him, but Noisia is the one that would very much like that 10-pointer, you know, would bring him up to 115. Won't deny Charles of the finalist mode, but it would help him in the run to get into the finalist mode. Of course, both of them are really pushing the limits of this track at the moment. Charles is definitely the one that is enjoying a lot more comfort at the moment, just getting away from Noisia with every single turn, and he will have a lot better exit here. And Noisia goes a bit too inside as well, clipping the pole there as well. So Charles should have a very clean finish, denies the 10-pointer from Noisia, and gets a very good time as well. 57.1, gets even faster than anybody's had gone before. So very much a good momentum for Charles to go into the final track here, which is gonna be, well, technically not the final track. We're gonna go full rotation back to the first map that we started with.
Yeah, we go to the first map, but important here for Noisia to stay ahead of Lele to go up to 111 points, because now he only has to deny him once and not twice. So the fight is on the 1v1. We have one more warm-up and we go to Saltare or Saltare or Saltere, as you pronounce it, by Casidus or Casedus or whatever you pronounce that. I think there's 10,000 ways of how to pronounce it. In general, language is very interesting, but let's not go into another linguistic conversation again. Let's go into the warm-up on this map. And I mean, Noisia, I think he knows how to play this map, but this all comes down to 2 rounds now and has a good warm-up. Like, what does it make with you? Like, do you feel pressure now? Like, that Charles is in finals already? I would say so. But maybe Noisia is a player who needs this kind of pressure in those moments and just performs best under those circumstances.
I mean, I've seen a lot of people, of course, discuss this as well, where even before we even started the matches for today, Charles is known to choke, is what a lot of people know as well. And having that red finalist mode as well, it always puts that inkling of knowing that, yes, I can drive a clean round, but you gotta do it fast as well. You know, it's one of those cases where you cannot just rely on a clean run. You want to do it fast as well, because somebody always will just try to risk a bit more and will get that extra tenth they need to get faster than you as well. Of course, I've seen a few results come in from other servers as well already, but we will get back to those once we get to decide who will be joining Manox in the grand final position as well. There is a lot to speak for, and honestly, looking at the current start, it seems that Charles will be the one to dictate the pace of the track. That might be the one and done job for him, unless Noisia has something to say about it, which he seems to be more than happy to contest the man up in front.
Yeah, much better line for Noisia also doing that section. Charles with a bit more speed, but it's still very even between them. 700ths of a second, and we could go into another round. Noisia with a great setup, having a lot of speed here, and also a good setup here. Charles oversteering, Noisia coming back with more speed. Still 1200ths of a second between them. Noisia with a good line again, but Charles has it ever so slightly better, and this will be all in the ending. Charles could booger stick it into the grand final if he just survives that jump here, and he will do so. Great ending. I thought that Noisia had much more speed in some of the sections, but Charles was sticking it through. But I think they're gonna meet again, and there you go. They only needed 1 or 2 finals attempts for Manox's way, and the winner bracket final is done.
Yeah, that is very much done indeed. Well, I will say props to Charles. One shot he needed. One shot is all it was needed as well, and I believe so that looking at the master sheet as well, the lower bracket matches have concluded pretty much simultaneously alongside the winner bracket match. So congratulations to Manos and Charles for making it through the grand final. And from the lower brackets, we see that from the first match, it is Rookie and Nats, and Radiaxo is the first one to go out from the top echelon parts as well, and from the lower part, Balpro and Gabo are the ones to survive with. I believe Morzinho was not able to play any longer. I don't know the exact reason. He just said on the Discord that he's not playing. Could be something in real life related that came up. Hopefully nothing too serious, but was not able to play that lower bracket match. So we will see the next match, which is basically a death match, is what it is, because it's 6 players only contesting for 2 spots.
Yeah, so it will be the loser bracket final, or like rightfully, I think the consolidation final, whatever you want to call it, because there's no loser bracket final because they're getting merged into one match and we skipped the loser bracket final. So it's like, it's a loser bracket final, but also a consolidation final in disguise. So that will be a great match between Noisia, Lele, and then rookies in here twice, which will be Natsto, and then Gabo and Baupro. So if I recall that here correctly, because Rookie will not be playing twice, but yeah, only 2 players will be going through into the grand final out of those 6. And we play cup mode with 130 points. I'm not sure when we will be continuing. The sheet says that we should have started 13 minutes ago, but of course this is impossible because we still had Lele and Noisia playing. So I think we're going to have a small break there now as well. I guess we're going to start in like 17 minutes. So maybe we're just going to go on a break and you guys just going to get a snack. And yeah, you know what? We're just going to see you then. So we're just going to get jump scares with, hello guys, we're back.
We'll see how things will go, but I am expecting absolute chaos now in the next match because it's the most do or die situation. Normally you would have 4 players on the server, you have 6 now. So you're gonna just have an insane time there as well. And the point repetition now will be absolutely devastating. If you're last now. So honestly, 0-7 to the person who will be last in those rounds. And for us, at least, we will go on a quick break and see how things will go. We have 2 more matches to go for the lower bracket final and then the grand final after that. So don't go too far. Plenty more to come.
It is very late for us indeed, for the casters, not so much for the players, and we have the penultimate match of the day coming up. I mean, it's a fresh day for me at least. It's 0:28. For you, it's 1:28 already, so that's very, very late. I mean, for me, someone who's like just waking up very early, like I'm kind of feeling it right now, but I think like just seeing the level of this competition just like shadows my tiredness in a way. So I'm really hyped to see who is gonna make it into the grand final here. We have 6 players who are fighting it out, Kriidy.
Yeah, it is one of those cases where I feel reinvigorated as well. Of course, it helps that I was slightly preparing my sleep schedule for this event as well. It helps to be able to the amount of practice I've had throughout my life. It has helped me quite a bit that I'm able to quickly adjust my sleep schedule on demand if need be as well. So I have my own ways and methods. So I feel energetic. I feel exactly as we started. Of course, it is late night as well. I hope my neighbors are not gonna be mad. It is a Saturday. It is a Saturday. But, you know, it is 1:20 a.m. here, so hopefully nobody's gonna have a trouble. I remember one time there was a moment where I was so loud, probably because the moment in a match was so hectic that somebody probably did slam on my door.
I had that as well.
Once it did happen. So, you know, I'm trying to keep it to a level of more quietness, but if it gets exciting, I can't hold myself back.
Yeah.
We're in the moment here, and energy levels are still high.
I remember I had that as well. I was rated by Virtual, Magi, and also Hefist during Kaki, and I had like, I don't know, like 4,000 people watching, and I was freaking out. Yeah, so those things can happen. And then my neighbor was literally just like going onto my door and was like, dude, just calm down, be quiet. It was like the same time, maybe even a bit earlier than that. But yeah, I mean, it's Saturday. Everything should be fine. So let's go. Format is a bit different, of course, this time. Now it is 1:30, so now the point of it is a bit different, but of course the point repartition as well, because we have 6 instead of 4 players coming into play. We have Baupro, Rookie, Lele, Nats, Noja, and Gabo playing in this one, and only 2 of them will make it into the grand final. We have seen Lele and also Noja coming from the upper brackets and losing the final against the likes of Manox and Charles, and they kind of have an expectation going into this one as the favorites. Let's see if we see a rematch, as the winner bracket final already like kind of gave us a tendency, or if someone else can sneak it in. For me, the favorite is Noja, but then like what will happen will happen. We have not really seen too much from Rookie and also from Nats so far, but Lele and Gabo both looked very strong as well, so it is everyone's game. Noja maybe can stick to the plan now again and should not push that much, should just play the consistency card compared to round number 1 and even round number 2, where it looked really good for him.
Yeah, and it is honestly the first time we will see Nats on the stream as well. Like I said to begin with as well, that he's the player that I'm looking forward to as well, to see what he can do as well. Because for those of course who follow the North and South American scene, of course, Charles and Nats were a duo for a very long time, playing together in the World Championships, for example, as well, and in the regionals as well. So they've been they know each other quite well. But Nats, of course, usually has been more of a shadowy part of Charles, of course, because you know Charles is in the grand final at the moment as well, and Nats is fighting for a spot there as well. But I'm looking forward to this. This is gonna be absolute chaos. 6 people and only 2 spots to take. On paper, your eyes would be looking toward Noisy and Lele, who just came from the upper bracket. But honestly, at this point, it's anybody's game. Who will just break under the pressure and who's willing to take it? Because Rookie is still in here, Nats, I said as well, Lele, Noisia, and Cabo and Baupro. You know, you cannot still scoff them out. You know, you can have one good match, and that's all you need to make it.
Yeah, you have 2 more cows now on the racetrack, and this is definitely influential, especially if you make a mistake like Gabo and then you just make a mistake in the next round and all of a sudden you just fall behind the pack so much, because 10 and 8 points for first and second is a lot, let's say like that. A bit different than 10 and 6 points, so 2 players will be getting a lot of points out of those rounds. I mean, 6 points is also not too bad, but if you just get those 6 points every round, you will probably not reach finalist mode. Whereas if you get occasionally 10 and then the 8 points, so those things can happen. And right now, rightfully, you say it like that, Rookie in the lead, Bauper on third, and then Noisia 0.6 ahead of his opponents, whereas Nats and Lele are all like 1 second behind. And we also see a snipe from Lele here in the ending, sniping those 6 points. And Gabo, after that mistake, only getting 3 points. But the match, or the points, will be a bit more in those rounds. So I think that this match will not take longer overall. I think we will even be done a bit quicker, because now we have those 8 points additionally to that. You have those 5 points additionally as well. And that will play a big role instead of it being 10, 6, 4, and 3 points. So players will, on average, get more points per round.
Yeah, it is. I believe if my quick math was right, it is on average you should be getting. Well, it is 36 points in total to be given away with 6 contestants. So it is 6 points on average a player should be getting, which is definitely. So yeah, so quick maths on the spot as well, which is more than slightly more than your 10-6-4-3 repetition with 4 people. So, and especially with a lot of variables, with a lot of players in the mix, you never know what you're gonna get. But one thing you are gonna be getting is the fact that Noisia is looking to, get a bit of a confidence boost and maybe go for his own little ace on a track, because currently he's looking to get another win on the board with Lele and Rookie trying to catch up here and trying to get some points on the board. But Noisia is just going pretty much consistently, just doing the same time over and over again, and nobody really has an answer at the moment. But it's a good reflection, that would be a very good way to go into the grand final from such a strong performance.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, it's just 0.25 of a difference when it comes to points. But if you just avoid 4th, 5th, and 6th place, you will not really, you will just survive in this match and just get gradually points towards that, as we have also seen that in round number 1, where it was Noisia. I think he was not first in 3 out of those rounds. In normal cup mode, you would have already been behind 12 points, and I think there he was only like 10 points behind or something like that. But I think you get the point. Like, if you just get first and second in those rounds, you will get so many points out of it. Those 8 points are just OP. But right now, Noisia doesn't really want to get those 8 points. He wants to get 10 points again, and that is a great performance from the upper bracket 3rd place, let's say like that. But of course, there's still a long way to go. 130 points instead of 120. Good turn from Rookie as well, coming closer, applying a lot of pressure to Noisia, who gets a good line. Goes so close there to the wall, but sets himself up very nicely for that turn. But Rookie is there to do some damage. Can go for the overtake. Who's gonna get the better ending? It is Rookie overtaking, because he finished a bit earlier. And with that, 10 points are towards him. But now, Noisia is getting 8 instead of 6 points. So he's at 28 points, which is still a lot. And he's still so far ahead of Rookie. It's 4 points of difference, which is a lot in this format right now.
Yeah, looking very good for Noisia and Rookie as well. I mean, Rookie should rename himself at least to amateur at this point, or maybe semi-pro, not a rookie for the longest time anymore. Ooh, I saw Nats having a bit of a fumble there, just hitting that corner ever so heavily as well. But hey, Noisy, I mean, he had almost his nose up in front there, but Rookie was able to just get him on the line there. So that was the one thing that I was afraid of as well. If you go a bit set up a bit too wide there as well, you will allow yourself to be overtaken by that sideways finish ring as well. And we've seen many of times that has happened in various competition, and Rookie displaying that ever so well. But Noisia just seems to be in a world of his own kind of at the moment, at least to start off this match. Every round he's been first, and this round he's just absolutely gone ahead. He's really sending it as well. This is not a slow run, honestly.
Yeah, this is not a slow run. This could be a very serious time from Noisia, who is 0.6 ahead of Lele, who snipes away that 2nd place from Rookie. But maybe that was just deceiving, because everyone has maybe made a slight mistake or was just saving it. But look how close that was between 2nd and 4th. Only 0.1. Then Nuts completely made a mistake, and he is only getting 3 points. So right now, Gabo and Nuts with 14 points. And then we have a great fight for 2nd place between Lele and, I think that was, if my memory serves me correctly, it was Rookie, true, who's amateur in our books at least, or maybe an intermediate beginner.
Yeah, intermediate rookie. Maybe at this point, maybe he wants to stick to that name, so he can, or maybe he can just, do like the statuses, he was, you can have like, maybe he's like bronze rookie, and then you go for the silver rookie, gold rookie, author rookie, champ rookie, super track master rookie, STM rookie, in many ways you
Deep
can go
dip
about it.
finisher rookie, bad chest.
Yeah, you could go, or suck finalist rookie, plenty of names, veteran rookie, names galore
Rookie
there.
rookie, Rocky
Rookie as
Balboa,
well. Yeah, rookie.
Rookie Balboa.
Oh, there we go. You could have some fun with those names, but either way, we are going on to Cerveza, of course, on our lovely ice map as well. Now, I'm interested to see because Noisia actually had some really good rounds here in the previous contentions, but it was that Charles was really pushing it and sending that ice light ever so well. So I'm curious to see who will be able to take the mantle this time as the true ice god of South America. I don't know. I'm curious now, chat. More well versed of the scene. Is there actually any ice gods or ice connoisseurs in the South American scene? We have a few in the NA scene that I know of, but South America maybe not so much. So maybe people can enlighten us. But we have more enlightening to do, and that is finding out who will get more points on this track and ever so closer to that grand final.
Yeah, let's see who will be stepping closer to the enlightenment here as Noisia gets a really good start. And wow, what a round actually between all of those players. I thought Noisia will push away with it, but he's not even secured on that first position. Right now it is Rookie with a great line. Noisia opens the steering very nicely, tries to get as much speed as possible, but look at that round. Gabo also now in the mix, as well as Nuts, who didn't have the best start on map number 1, but now the ice comes into play. The reality check as a Rookie gets a great line there, but we see a releaser. Nuts, I think, released the accelerator, and Noisia with a beautiful exit finds himself in the lead and wins the round 55.40.15 ahead of Rookie. That is a good time from both of them though, and the player from Uruguay cannot get himself that first place here eventually. But I mean, still first and second, getting first and second in those rounds. Balpro also okay points. Lel still on third, even though this round didn't look that promising for him. I think he got 5 points in that, and then Nuts and Gabo are at 18 and 17 points dead last.
Yeah, and we saw something that Trackmania doesn't get much attention from, but we saw synchronized slide outs as well. That beautiful ballerina display, as we saw slide out. One went left, one went right, and then all of the rest in between. Absolutely, perfectly choreographed. We'll see what these players have thought for the next segment of what will happen in the ice slide. But for the time being, Noisia and Nats now finding himself more up in front. It is Rookie who has fallen a bit behind here, as well as Cabo and Balpro are more looking to find on the better end. So we get another view of everybody going into the ice slide. Who will be skill checked this time? Balpro loses the gear. Everybody else and Nats also get skill checked. So every time we go into the ice section, we have to roll the dice, and 2 players have to have a bit of a moment there. But for the rest, Noisia at least raking in the points and making sure that he gets away from the pole part, because honestly, if you get a lead in this point repetition, that is gonna serve you quite well, as long as you don't get last, because then it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, but I mean, you still got 3 points out of it. It could have been even more punishing that, like, last place only gets 1 point or something like that. This could really happen. And in an 8-way situation, this really is the case, because then you get 2 and 1 point, obviously, in that way. But now Rookie makes a rookie mistake. I just had to do that joke at one point during the cast, going a bit too early there and misjudges the line. And Noisia is 14 plus points ahead, of course, excluding this round that is still ongoing right now. We have 31 seconds that have elapsed in this round, and we see another mistake. I think that was Nuts being a bit too greedy on that turn, a bit too overambitious, and touches in there, but also Gabo with a mistake. So now it's between the 2 winner bracket final losers between Noisia and Lele, who could also go up to second place. But look at that ice slide from Noisia, just so controlled, so good. And to be honest, Kriidy, if he plays like that in the grand final, I think, like I already forecasted it beforehand, he will be making something happen. What happened to Nuts?
Nuts had a moment of ice again. He found, instead of finding the wall earlier, he found the wall on the outside and then got overtaken in the end as well to add insult to injury. So, as I've already turned the coin, I've been saying it more and more as it always comes prevalent. It became more prevalent with the monthly cup track that we saw people having a great time on the 360 there. But more so ice with a great equalizer, and that pole, well, that's one way to equalize the situation, because Noisia definitely was taken down a notch by that, so he has to do a bit of catch up, but maybe he can rely on catching a few spots on the ice slide. But for the rest, Nuts, I mean, he has been constantly up in front, but he hasn't been really able to capitalize on that. That ice section really has been a bit of a headache for him. Maybe he can get it this time. Maybe fourth time the charm. You know, maybe, surely it works now. Looks clean, has to conservatively get out of the slide, but Baupro gets the victory on the board, and also a decent time for the round. So even if he's a bit fallen a bit behind from second and third position, you know, that 10 point is still a very valuable resource.
Yeah, a very valuable resource indeed, and I think that was the worst performance from Noisia in some of those rounds. So he is only getting 4 points, and we're already gonna go into map number 3. There you go, Golden Hour by Manox, who's already in the grand final alongside with Charles, of course, for seed 1 and 2. And then Noisia was seed 3, Rookie was seed 4, so this will be the no-brainer after seeing the seeding, of course. But you never know what will happen, and right now it also looks really good for Rookie, but he's only 1 point ahead of Lele, who plays a very good match. I think it was seed 6, if I recall that correctly. And then Baupro also with 45 points and a first position after, or in the round beforehand. Doesn't look that bad for him either, and just a couple of good positions later he could be ahead of Rookie if Noisia continues to dominate and just locks away that first position from the rest of the playing field.
I mean, I will say this much as well, Lele definitely has been a good surprise. I mean, even being he's definitely outperforming based on his seeding, so clearly a time attack maybe, you know, something that he doesn't maybe prefer that much, but the rounds has definitely treated him a lot more and better compared to the rest of the field, because, you know, I'm sure Rookie is looking to get like a bit of revenge, because, you know, technically Lele was the one to knock him out, and I hear a horn somewhere as well. Probably Baupro if I saw that correctly as well. But regardless, I feel like Rookie is also looking to get a bit of redemption, because he wanted to be in that upper bracket instead. So it's a perfect match for him to take it and get his well-deserved ticket as well. But all said and done, well, we have a fair bit to go. We're not even halfway. Well, Noisia is halfway through the match. The rest of them will still have to get to that point. But we see again Noisia, Rookie, and Lele taking up the front end. Gabo, Baupro, Nuts doing a bit of catch-up game. But again, Noisia finds himself in a good position, and anything considered, and Lele also giving him a rough time. And Rookie falling a bit behind now, not getting the most optimal lines, and already a 10th behind of the front two. But really, it all comes down to this final ending. This water can be a bit devastating towards the end.
Yeah, it can indeed be devastating if you mess up the apex, but Noisia is looking very strong here and also gets that turn so good. He has struggled in one of the rounds with this turn, going a bit too wide there and messing up the entry into the last straight of the map, or the last stretch rather, and it is Noisia winning another round. Lele on second, Rookie getting third, Gabo on fourth, Nuts on fifth, and then Baupro after a very promising start or ending of the previous map only with 3 points. Lele and Rookie only 1 point apart in Noisia. Insane lead already, 82 points in those rounds already accumulated for him, and only more to come. He looks very good. I hope that his mental, or he can build up some momentum in the grand final, then he can even win all of it if maybe the others have not the best match.
Yeah, it definitely speaks. It definitely will benefit it more coming in from the lower bracket, because he's warmed up, ready to go, and has that extra bit of motivation now that he has won, or could be winning his lower bracket match, because he's looking to do so with very good comfort as well at the moment, because he's far away from everybody involved, because everybody's having a bit of a tough time getting through the track with consistency. Even Rookie finds himself in last position, and everybody else is fighting for that second, third, and fourth, and even fifth position. Gabo is the one to falter, but Nats is the one to take second position. Lele overtakes Paupro on the line, and it all falls to place now. Noisia extends the lead, and everybody gets a bit congested there in the middle. You know, everybody gets a fair bit of points, not too much tussling then and there, and I feel like Noisia will sort of close it out rather quickly, and then we'll start basically phase 2 of this match, basically finding out who is willing to push it for the ultimate position to get that final spot in the grand final.
Yeah, this will be very close indeed, and I mean, Baopro kind of fell behind, but now Rookie and Lele are just like inseparable, let's say like that, and Gabo cannot really find any entry into this match, as well as Nuts. Nuts had some good rounds, but then was making so many mistakes, unfortunately, and is also behind now again, as well as Baopro. So we still have those 3 players who have really been crystallized out of those couple of rounds, who have not been making so many mistakes. So I think Noisia has been falling behind because he crashed before the free wheel. Rookie was able to get it through, and Gabo, that was a terrible mistake, unfortunately for him, going into the wall or a checkpoint or whatever that was, and Lele winning the round ahead of Rookie, and then Noisia, 6 points for him, not too bad, up to 98 points for him. And we have Lele also now catching a bit of air, but Rookie, of course, getting 8 points. So it is only 5 points still between them. You cannot really run away if your opponent also performs really good in this format.
Yeah, that is something to keep in mind, truly. But that 20-point lead will do Noisia, for example, very much a good service for the time being. As Lele and Rookie paddle it out, then Baupro, Nuts, and Gabo, they're the ones who just have to sort of play the devil's advocate, in the sense that they can deny points from Rookie and Lele, and possibly even Noisia if he has a bit of a fumbly round. But we see Rookie now is very much up in front, but as soon as I say that, as a bit of an awkward entry, doesn't get the best speed out of it, and has to give away almost all of his positions, barely stays in front in third position, with Gabo being the one to lead the helm at the moment, with Noisia trying to take over the positions. He's looking very good for Gabo, but is he willing to push the very end here? They're gonna come neck and neck with Noisia with an excellent drift in the end, overtakes Gabo, willing to push the extra mile, and is rewarded by another 10 points. Very good race in the end, but that's where the difference is being made. One drift, but if you just want to, if you want it a bit more, then it's all there for the taking.
Yeah, but also Gabo here with 8 points, but well, Noisia, I think the man of the minute here, or the man of the hour, kind of, with 108 points already. He can close it out. I mean, now the format is a bit different, because like 8 points are just so good for him. He could just get 8 points in 2 of those rounds, and then he would still be up to 124, and then only in need of a second place. So it could just be sticking to the plan, just trying to drive consistent, because Emerald was a map. I mean, I think in general, what was the map that Noisia really struggled on? I don't remember the name from the top of my head, but there was one map. Was it this one?
I believe it was. I believe it still was the map that we struggle still to name. I think it was Saltaire.
Yeah, it was the map from Casitos, yeah.
Yeah, that was the one where people were struggling. Well, Charles, Noisia, and everybody weren't really getting the groove, and Manox was the one to really chuck away with it. But I mean, Emerald looked really good. I remember most rounds, Noisia was definitely up there as well. But you know, it's very easy to just have a bit of a moment. But he But Noisia definitely loves this quarter pipe. He always has a really good lineup for it and wants to go for that low jump. So that's where he gains the most amount of time. But you know, that is how it will go. It can go really well, but rightly so. If he just sticks to, you know, his usual style, doesn't really need to push too much. He can just get a finalist mode in 3 rounds and then just secure his grand finalist position. But still a bit fair to do. You know, it might not go as well as planned, but we see as maybe not going to plan for Gabo as well, as he has a bit of a fumble to start off, and now he's going to enjoy every single nose slide imaginable at the start. So off to the front end, as Bopro also falls a bit. So 4-man race up in the spot, with Rookie giving us the best perspective of it.
Yeah, Rookie giving us a very good perspective here indeed, and Noisia on his way to just continue to dominate this match. Let's go into the POV of Nuts, who goes for a very wide line there, but having struggles to just control that speed, and you can see that he will lose so much time because, of course, the outside line looks good at first sight, but the just threatening the needle there is so hard because you just have to steer there in this sector. So that's why Nuts lost half a second, but can come back with a good ending. But it's not enough. It's actually enough by 1,000 to overtake Lela there in the ending. So important for Nuts. And then we have Gabo, who's able to finish as well, but 8.88 seconds behind. So Noisia up to 118 points. This is looking very promising, but the battle for second is still on. But slowly but surely, Nuts getting some points. Now 20 points behind. Still catch-upable, courtesy to Cena's Apple here, of course. And let's go into the next round with the POV of Gabo, who gets a good start right now and is not too far behind from the leaders, who are Nuts and Noisia.
Yeah, and again, it's a good example of the case. You're not safe until you cross the finish line, and 1,000 is all you need in that end. So that could come into play, and Gabo having a bit of a struggle making it worth. It's interesting that Nuts is the only one that goes for that line, but I mean, it gets past most of the majority. It doesn't get, you know, past the Noisia there, but if he can control that speed, it's definitely working out for him better than expected, honestly. But it is a risk he is willing to take, and honestly, he's looking to get a good speed and another second position for Nuts, getting more into it. Maybe a map that he prefers a lot more. Noisia prefers to be in first position, as always. So great races still as well, all things considered. Lela and Rookie are still battling, you know, tussling basically 1 point then and there either way, so they're still sort of neck and neck in that regard. But Noisia is on the verge of going into finalist mode no matter what, as long as he finishes.
Yeah, he just has to finish the round. And I mean, that's how advantageous those 8 points are. Imagine Nuts would have gotten second place. And okay, I think he has some controller problems or something like that, because he just steered arbitrarily, in my opinion. But, you know, instead of 18 points, he now got 24 out of those 3 rounds. So that is just awesome for him to say it like that. But of course, let's focus on that fight between Rookie, Lele, and Noisia. Noisia can just deny some points with that first position. Lele not with the best line there. I think he had some gear problems. Never mind, that was just another gear howling in the back. And maybe this was even the Rookie who didn't have a good line there. And right now, it is a good fight that is brewing up for second, all in this ending sector. And Rookie has a good line. Noisia as well. Rookie, oof, that was so close to the wall. Also almost not making the finish jump. But both of them surviving, and the positions do not change in the end. Noisia is finalist. And as I have maybe predicted already in the winner bracket final, I thought that Noisia will definitely make it into the final, but he still has to clear the finalist mode, which sometimes is easier said than done.
Yeah, but so far, honestly, we've had some very good moments, as Gabo has a moment of lapse in judgment, forgets that there is one more round to be played, I think. I think he was expecting a map switch, and he was like, okay, let's put the controller down for a moment, and then he realized, oh, no, one more round, and has to go again. But if anything is to look at the moment, it seems that Noisia needs to absolutely have the best run of his life to catch up now, because he finds himself in 5th position, while the rest are kind of running away with it. He had a bit of a fumble there as well, but still could be possible. We could see, one fly there, but Noisia is doing everything in his power to make that impossible. So it seems that he won't be closing it out on Emerald. So we will have to make a map switch. But it's a perfect opportunity for the rest to get points. And look at that, Rookie is behind Lele, but these 10 points, woo! Ooh!
Oh my
God,
dude.
that was a lot closer than it needed to be. He almost got stuck in that finish block there, but he made it happen. All good in the hood. Lele, of course, gives all the points away now because Rookie now jumps past him and takes himself the 3-point lead. So looking good.
And that's rightfully what you talked about. Like, if you perform well and your opponent only gets 5th, that's a point discrepancy of 6 points. And that is so much in this format, to say the least, as it is now Rookie on 2nd place. But of course, we play up until 1:30, so we could see that this will be the last map. But of course, Nuts has had some potential. And also Baupro showed some good rounds on some of the maps. So let's go into Saltare, or whatever that map is pronounced by Casidus. This could be it if Noisia closes it out, but beforehand we have a small warm-up to calm down. And well, I mean, Kriidy, how do you actually feel for you being 2 a.m.? Because I mean, you can maybe also hear that I lowered my voice a bit because I want to take a bit more responsibility that my neighbors do sleep, because my window is also still open.
I care for my neighbors, of course, as well, but I care for good Trackmania, and the only way to do good Trackmania is if you're 100% in it. Honestly, I'm a person who doesn't mind being late into the hour. If I'm prepared, I'm good to go. We got the energy, we're good to go. We have plenty of Trackmania to still go. We're not even done with the lower bracket final, and we have still the grand final to go. And honestly, it's all good. Of course, there's no boogeyman in the name of Manox to ace everybody. So it's all up to Noisia to get it done, because if he's gonna let it simmer, I mean, it's only gonna boil over as Rookie and Lele will be going into finalist mode, and then that grand final ticket might not be as secured as possible. But as long as he gets it done in the first round, I mean, he doesn't really have to worry about the rest then.
Yeah, that is for sure. So extensive explanation there, and let's go ahead into the round, because Noisia is in final still. You do not lose that by any chance, but Nuts, it seems like it's not really his map, as he is at 81 points and crashes into the wall. So this just compounds into an even bigger deficit that he has already had beforehand. So Noisia, only a couple of turns left for him to reach the grand final and maybe have a better rematch, and maybe even take 2nd or even 1st position, which is possible for him, for the Argentinian. And we could also see a much safer approach here in this sector from Noisia, not pushing the dirt turn like to oblivion. And there you go. Noisia is through. Lele also getting 2nd place. They're very important because Rookie got 4th place. So they're now dead even, but only one of them can make it, both up to 112 points. And I think this will be a 1v1 between them.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that they could go into double finalist mode together as well. If they finish 1 and 2, doesn't matter what order they go, as long as it is 1 and 2, they will be both in finalist mode as well to decide the ticket. And it would be very good. Well, ideally, it would be that one of these players gets, the points needed, and the other one maybe has a bit of a fumble. It makes, for them a much easier task, one extra shot at the finalist mode, if you want to put it like that. But it is the fact that Rookie is taking the lead now, and with Noisia out of the way, it seems that Rookie is the one to decide, you know what, it's my time to shine now, and going for it as well. But Nats, Gabo, Lele are still in the mix, and not really giving Lele room to breathe. Rookie really going for that nice line there, absolutely sending it. But Lele goes for the safer approach, but it is slower if somebody goes for a better outside line, and Nats denies the points. So Rookie will be the one to go into the sole finalist mode, so he gets an extra opportunity to deny Lele here.
Not yet. It's 1:30.
Oh, it's 1:30.
Don't feel tricked. But yeah, I mean, I mess up, you mess up. It can happen. It's very late, so bear with us. But I mean, he will probably jump into his own finalist status for one round at least, because he's at 122 points and Lele's at 118, so those 4 points could play an important role if Rookie at least gets second place in this round. But of course now with 5 players and without Noisia, it gets a bit easier, of course. So let's see. But now Nuts also woke up with a monster of a run here. As you can see, he's at 92 points and could definitely go up to 100, maybe even 102 if he wins this round against Rookie, who only needs a second place, and Gabo also now in the mix. So this is a good round to follow Nuts with a good setup, overseeing a little bit. So Rookie having a bit of a better setup, but he should not push that much, but he's rightfully doing so. He is having a great line, and that was so close there, Kriidy. Oh my god, so close to the wall. And there you go, Rookie will be in finalist mode. Nuts finishes on 4th, and then Gabo on 2nd, Lele on 3rd. So this is 126 points for him. He needs another 3rd position, but most importantly, from his POV, he has to deny Rookie the 10 points.
Yeah, I had a bit of a premature finalist mode moment there indeed. But basically I predicted what was going to happen just one round too early. Indeed, rightly so, Rookie now has the chance to take it right here where Lele denied him before. Rookie could be able to get his final laugh in this case and secure a spot in the grand final. Of course, we see the 2 players who it matters it to most, Lele and Rookie, fighting in the front. Nats is the one that is slowly waking up as well and could be a bit of a wrench in their plans, because he's, well, that wall is a wrench in his plans, that's for sure. And we see that Rookie is also having a bit of a struggle to catch up to Lele, a bit wobbly there, so he has to now fully send it. But with that line,
Nope.
no, that's not gonna happen. It went too wide on the grass, so Lele only has to do is just cruise it to the victory. He will go for the safe line here. He doesn't want to ever go for the outside line, but for now, that is perfectly fine. So double finalist mode is now upon us. Rookie can only watch and observe as Lele crosses the line. So good luck to both players. May the best man take it.
Yeah, may the best man take it, and also the person who can handle the pressure the best here. Nuts, Baupra, and Gabo had their moments, but they could solely not match the pace from Noisia, who was really strong, and then also from Rookie and Lele. So this will all be decided on the maybe last map, and I think this will be the last map, maybe even the last round of the rotation. We have Korean, and I think that's where everything also started on this match.
Mm-hmm. That is very rightly so. We go back with the rotation to the first map of the track, which might only see one round indeed. Of course, it is on the eyes of Lele and Rookie. Can Lele deny Rookie twice in the tournament? He did so in the upper bracket matches beforehand. Can he do it again? Of course, and get his spot and maybe a redemption match compared to the upper bracket final we had. So maybe a second chance, you know, sometimes that is all you need. Or maybe Rookie is the one to give us a bit of a different storyline, a bit of a different outcome out of the possible solutions that maybe Doctor Strange was able to see. But we'll see how that much will go. But I'm looking forward to this, because honestly it looked very good for Rookie on this track. If we take Noisia out of the equation, but so far it seems that Lele is more than up for the task. But I think it is going to be decided by this one round. Winner takes it all, basically.
Yeah, winner takes it all indeed, and the pressure is on. It is also for the esports earning, of course. Sometimes it can be very hard to just get yourself into some of them. To be honest, in Trackmania, and €10 guaranteed for 4th position is being gained for the players, or $10 rather. So let's go into the last round maybe of this loser or lower bracket final. As you also rightfully said in the chat, loser sounds a bit too negative. And right now it is Lele with a wonky line. Rookie, as you also said, is leading right now, but Lele has to push, but didn't get the best speed out of it. Rookie looking really good to take it home and make it into the grand final.
Yeah, it's looking rather comfortable indeed. Nats is even the one in between Lele, so Lele really has to push it or hope that Rookie has a bit of a lapse in judgment, but Rookie seems to be going for the absolute extremes. So it is a 1v1 now. Nats also falls a bit behind. So it's all basically Rookies to lose and Lele's to steal. But it looks like at the moment the comfortability is there. Nothing majorly needing there, and Rookie gets a bit of a fumble.
No.
Lele has more speed. Will he be done by
Oh
the
my
line?
god! No
He does
way!
it!
No
8,000ths of a
way!
second, and
What?
Lele gets it again. Oh my god, that's the worst way to lose a finalist mode. He
Oh.
clips it in the end. Oh, I would be. Honestly, that is one of those slam your
Oh.
desk moments there. Oh, I feel bad for him.
I think Rookie will not sleep well the next 2 nights because he played such a good match, but it was 8,000ths of a second. What a mistake. I cannot believe it. I would have screamed here if I cannot be that loud. But I cannot be that loud, I mean. And well, it is Lele and Noja, both who dropped from the winner bracket final into the final again. So we have a rematch here, Kriidy. But what a match that was. Oh my god, that is so rough.
Hey, well, honestly, fair play to Rookie. He tried in the very end, but he pushed just a hint more. We've seen that actually happen a fair few times. That inside clip there just got him in the round that you didn't need it the most. But hey, still fair play to Rookie, Nats, Gabo, and Baupro for making this far as well. It is still a top 8 finish for them, so very much a bit of bittersweet for Rookie. But Lele, you know, like I said, it's a round for Rookies to lose and Lele's to steal, and he pushed it to the very end, but it was only 8,000 to separate them.
Should we do
that-
the joke? Should we do the joke, or is it too early?
I don't know. It's a bit of a. I mean, yeah, we see it already in chat as well. But I think it's a fair play to say
I
it was
already see.
a bit of a rookie mistake indeed. In the end, pushed a bit too much and saw the finish line a bit earlier than he was supposed to. But that sets up a rematch in the final, rightly so. Lele gets a second chance, and so does Noisia. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, keep on practicing, Rookie.
Keep
And we're
on
gonna see
practicing.
you.
Maybe you will get to amateur level at some point. For now,
It's
rookie
too early.
status
It's
is
too early. It's too early. Like this guy literally just is like full despair. Imagine he watches the stream now. We're like, oh, he did a rookie mistake.
Yeah,
But well,
you
I
just gotta
mean,
laugh it off at some point. Sometimes it's just, it's devastating in the moment, but you take it, you swallow the pill, you come out a better man, and maybe next time you will get that another shot at glory as well. But it
yeah.
was not meant to be. It was now for Lele. So congratulations to him. And honestly, still, I will say fair play to Rookie. It looked as if he was struggling a bit to get into the match to begin with, but still pushed through all of it. But in the end. Maybe the mud was a bit too deep to crawl out of. But for the time being, good stuff indeed. And I'm excited for the rematch because looking at that, I think Noisia is feeling it as well. And
Yeah,
Lele is more than happy to get a second chance at Glory.
I think so as well. So guys, we're gonna take a small break. I'm not sure how long, but we're gonna see. Okay, I think we're gonna start at 30. So we're gonna take, I think, like a 15-minute break again. And we're gonna be there for the grand final, and where the $200 will be distributed to.
See you in a bit. Hello, one more time for the final time tonight. Well, tonight for us, almost close to 3 a.m. for me. But then, it's gonna be. It has been a long night, but it has
Jesus.
been a lot of fun. Begin as well. So we are about to start with the El Grande Finale of the South American Cup for Fall 2024 to decide who will be the winner of the tournament, because all of these players have already secured also the qualification for the Pan American Trackmania Cup as well. Something that we have also maybe not mentioned as much as well, because something to keep in mind as well. We already have the picks in the game as well, so a lot of excitement as well. A rematch over the upper bracket final, and now it is all all the cards are on the table now, and who the best let the best player win.
Yeah, I can really feel that it's 1:30 here in Germany as well. But yeah, I'm hyped to see who's gonna take it. A rematch from the upper bracket finals happening here between Manox Charles, Noja, and Lele. So there you go. Good luck and have fun. Prize pool is $200. Distributed as follows: 120 for first, 50 for second, 20 for third, and then the fourth position gets home with $10. So quite a bit for first, and then also a good chunk for second, third, and fourth. Not really getting too much out of it, but seeing 60% being distributed to the first position is a lot, actually.
Yeah, it's a fair change as well. Of course, I don't know. There is still a possibility to contribute to the prize pool technically. So if people want to, could be done very much so as well. You can always get in touch with Nats for that as well. He's out of the tournament. I'm sure he has plenty of time to deal with those parts as well. So, you know, if you want to contribute and give more to these players deservedly who have come to the grand final as well, and to give their final hurrah, I guess you could say, and to decide who will be the winner. Will people be able to dethrone Manox, or will we see him defend his title deservedly? He's being able to do so quite well throughout the entire tournament, but will he fumble at the final hurdle?
Yeah, will he fumble at the final hurdle? That's for sure. That is the question of the hour. So there you go. Let's go into round number one of this grand final. Point repartition is as follows: 10, 6, 4, and 3 points. And then we have, of course, a point limit of 140 points this time around. So a very, very slow pace final. I think it will take like 45 to 50 minutes, something like that, even because we also play for P number 3. It could take a bit longer for players to reach that point limit, but look at that round here already, Kriidy. It is very close between all of them. We have Noja in the lead, and maybe those matches served him very well because he was able to get in some practice and maybe was able to cope those high pressure situations a bit better. But oh, that was a great line from Charles coming back. And with that, he's up to P2. But look where Noja is coming from with this distinct outside line there, just gaining so much speed. This will be all in the ending. The last couple of turns will decide it. And right now, Noja is actually leading the first round here. Charles and Manox have to push it. Oh, and that is not a good line from Noja here compared to Charles. And Charles will take it. But this was all just one input, one frame too early or too late, and Charles takes home the first 10 points.
Yeah, they are keeping it close until the very end on the longest track of the map pack as well. So props to them for giving us a good show to start off, a great race to begin with, and a lot of hurrahs for everybody involved. For Lele, it is a bit of a hurrah of that wall moment there. So Lele had a bit of struggle going up against this trio as well the last time around, and I think as much as I think he's very much happy that he got into the grand final, I think he knows himself that he has to either push to the very limits of what he can do, or he has to somehow hope that the top 3 seeded players of this tournament are gonna have a bit of a tough time, which is very not likely going to happen. So Manox and Charles putting it, and it is again Noisia. This just line for him just allows him to get a lot more time and to compensate for the being behind. But Manox is the one now to take the lead, and again this is just gonna come down to this final turn. I feel like who's willing to take that reactor line? Ooh, Noisia gets a lot more speed, but Manox, who's willing to push it closer?
Ooh,
It's
it's a
equal.
tie. It's a tie. And
What a
here,
great race. Oh my god. This is proving to be exactly what we wanted. Noisia coming for revenge.
yeah, and here is actually the last checkpoint that decides on this game mode. It's not a name diff or anything like that. It is the last checkpoint. Maybe you've also seen the Trackmania Awards, of course, that took place, I think, like 1 month ago. Oh, already that far away. Wow. Crazy, actually, that I organized together with Lars and Marius. And there was a double tie. So the last two checkpoint, no, the last checkpoint was a tie, and then the finish was also a tie, if I recall it correctly. So the checkpoint before that actually was counting, was between Carl Jr. and Mime. So make sure to watch that. It was played in the same like game mode in this way, so it takes the same rule set with that. And well, I mean, Noisia gets the lucky fate out of that one, and it is Manox currently leading the round, looking really good for him. And I think this could also be a banger of a time by the looks of it. As you can see there, he's 0.4 ahead, but I mean, Noisia I think also did not have the best start here by the looks of it, and Manox slowing down a little bit there. At first glance, can Noisia come back a bit? Yeah, it's 800 that he came closer, but it will not be enough to answer the call here any quicker. Manox winning the round, Noisia on second though, getting a lot of points and still leads the race. Charles, will he finish? Yes, he will, but only 3 points for him, and that's what I mean with momentum. Now it's a complete different match than the winner bracket final that we've had.
Yeah, people have warmed up to this match now in different ways, and we can see that lower bracket diff coming into play for Noisia, looking to be a lot more confident in his play as well. So Manox and Charles will have a lot to work as well. Lele is still trying to get into the mix, but we can see this is becoming a proper 3-horse race. Manox has a bit of a jumping line, actually doesn't lose that much time in all comparison. If anything, he gets a nice line here and overtakes both Charles and Noisia here as well, so looking rather good. But this is proving to be an absolute slugfest at the moment. Of course, if we ignore the previous round where it was a bit more lopsided for Manox, but here we can see again all three of them pushing themselves to the very limits, getting ever so closer to those edges, just teasing those little clips that can happen. But we can see Charles has to lift off a bit, but gets a lot more speed here. But it is Manox to take the first place. Very good round by everybody involved. We get a 0.4 out of it as well. They're pushing each other to drive even faster than they've ever done before throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, they are just pushing themselves so much. So far, Lele has not really been arriving too much in this match. 13 points only accumulated for him. But maybe the next map will suit him a bit better. And I mean, that's the map that we are like has 10,000 pronunciations, as well as we have the girl with a lot of faces, you know, from Game of Thrones. We have the map with a lot of names, right? It is Saltare by Casitos as map number 2, and right now Manox and Noisia looking really strong, but Charles is also not too far behind. Only 7 points, tearing top 1 to 3 apart.
Yeah, but can Manox do what he did last time? Remember, on this track, Saltaire, Manox went on an absolute killing spree, you know, got an absolute perfect ace out of this track with 4 wins in a row in the previous upper bracket match. So we'll see if he can do it again, or if anybody's willing to challenge that sentiment, you know, that, you know, gods can plead. And Manox is maybe one of them as well, but for the time being, I don't think many people will have an easy time dethroning Manox, because it is one of those tracks where you get into the groove of it and it just will carry you to victory. And we can already see that warm-up already is looking rather good for Manox. So, you know, people do say that a good warm-up means a bad match, but, you know, sometimes it just doesn't matter. You just drive good anyway.
Yeah, that is for sure. But yeah, good warm-up indeed there. And let's go. After the warm-up, we're going to continue with the actual race. So Manox almost, or a bit more than a fifth through here after that good first map. And let's see what will happen. So far, it's a very close match, but the pendulum can swing into everyone's direction here, as we see the first mistake already being done by Charles. So the Colombian falling behind. And actually cool to see that 2 Brazilians have made it to the grand final and 1 Argentinian player So I think we could have also had a player from Uruguay in here, but you know, some incident has happened in this last turn there. But well, let's not scratch those scars open already. Else he needs some more stitches there. But right now we have now we have two Brazilians in this grand finals. Manox gets a good line. He waits a bit for the steering there for that turn to make it a bit smoother. So that was a great call and just shows that he has fully understood this map. But also Noja with a very good outside dirt line, trying to push as much as he can, but he cannot crack Manox, who clocks in a 57.128. Great time. Noja 0.15 behind, still getting second place though.
Yeah, and Manox keeping that streak alive. 57.1 or bust. That's all he can do on this track. He can just drive a 57.1. That's all he can do. It's impossible to go any slower or faster for him. And it seems to be doing very much a good job for him as well. But we see that now. This time Charles does not make the early. This time we see that everything has not changed whatsoever, and Manox and Noja are the ones. God, why does this happen every time? Like I've been trying to avoid, complimenting people, and as soon as I do that, Charles is like immediately, you know what? No, I'm out. But Manox is just keeping it cool, calm, collected. I cannot do anything to him, but it seems that Charles is the victim that happened to be in this round. But yes, Manox just has this track on lockdown. It's basically his track. It's not the mapper advantage on his own, but this Emerald, Saltaire is really proving to be an absolute leap into victory. 57-0 as well. He really wants to go for that sub 57 here.
Yeah, that is a very serious time, and I think Manox thinks that this map is an emerald for him because it's just a gold mine, right, with points filled with that, or an emerald mine for him in that way. Do you mine emeralds? I think you do, right? I think, yes. Yeah, I mean, what else should you do? They're not grow on trees, right? So let's go into the next round. It's getting late. I mean, maybe you can figure. And today or tomorrow there will be another full day of casting, as it is Manox, and not with the best start. At Schultz is ahead of him, and then Noja is not too far behind either. So that is another good round that is developing. And wow, you can see that the line from Manox here could pay off with more speed. But the setup here is so important. Noja comes back into the conversation now all of a sudden, but Charles still leading. Important to get as much speed as possible out of that turn. Charles looking very good to still stay in the lead. Noja bumping a bit, but gets a good momentum to the left, but not as much as Manox, who didn't bump that much and didn't lose that much speed compared to Noja, even though he had a better setup with that. But there you go. Charles winning the round. Manox on second and Noja on third, but another good round here for that good winning time from Charles. Also now applying some pressure to Noja. Only 3 points between them. 56 points though for Manox. Looking really good that he adds another title to his collection.
Yeah, and so close. Every single round we've gotten faster and faster. It was a 57-1, then it was a 57-06, I believe, and now we're having a 57 flat basically by Charles. We're just getting faster and faster with every round, and they are just not letting go of the throttle, which is good to see. They're fired up, ready to go, and there's more to play. Of course, Manox's streak is over. Not a full-blown ace on Saltaire. But you at least you take 3 out of 4 maybe, it seems, because he's gonna go for that third win here, and that's just 3 points for him. And honestly, going basically 3 out of 4 on a track with this point repetition is pretty good. But Charles is the one to maybe say otherwise. He's pushing, and but Noise just gives the outside. Charles has more speed, I believe, and he does indeed. Ooh, what a nice jump in the end as well, going as clean as possible as well.
Yeah, what a good run. And I think if Noja has had, I cannot form an if clauses at this point. If Noja would have, if and would doesn't work. If Noja had made that line across, he would have been able to overtake his opponents. Was that correct? I hope so. I cannot think anymore. It has been a very long day for me, but there you go. Manox at 62 points, Noja and also Charles are only 3 points apart, and then Lele couldn't find any entry into this grand finals just yet. Maybe he finds his ticket in this warm-up here on Emerald.
Yeah, I mean, I had when you were saying that sentence, I had the moment of you. If you know that old meme of the kid who went like,
If you
would,
That's how I felt, dude. That's how I felt.
Yeah, it's a quick chuckle as well. But I think it's one of those where it is getting rather late for us. I think when this match ends, it will be 3 a.m. for me as well. We are at that moment 2:38. So it's more lenient.
2:39.
Yeah,
your clock is not correct.
Well, yeah, my clock. I don't know why. I assume it's like you said. It's probably related to the motherboard. But yeah, it is set to automatic. It's not manually set or anything. But my time shows 2:38, while everybody else is 2:39. I'm 1 minute delayed, even in a different country.
Dude, that was so fun, guys. You didn't hear that was like in production, right? Kriidy said, "Yo, let's start the stream at like 25," and then we were like Acrinator and me were like, "It's 35," because his clock was wrong, and that happened like 2 or 3 times even. That was hilarious.
I keep forgetting about it as well. That's the worst part, you know.
It was so good.
But regardless, I hope people on the server don't get 1 second delay, because that would be rather rough indeed. Because at the moment we are on Emerald, and Manox, well, speaking of the Emerald before, well, maybe the map Emerald itself is not proving to be good, because he has touched every single wall so far that has been possible on the dirt, and the Brazilians not having a good time on a track that is green. You know, usually the color you represent Brazil with, no, green or yellow, but maybe not working. But for Noisy and Charles, on the other hand, they're having a good tussle up in front.
Yeah, I mean, yellow is almost green, right? And this map also sprinkles in a bit of yellow with those reactor boosts. But I like the coloring of the map. It's really, really nice and harmonic. And it is Charles winning the round, so very nice for him. Of course, applying so much pressure onto Noisia as well. And
that is a world record, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a world record. Okay.
54.138, that is a world record, and he took it over from Manox. Charles has now 4 world records.
Okay, yeah, sure, Charles. Yeah, do it. I was like, okay, yeah, 0.1 is fast, but it wasn't... Dude, I cannot focus anymore. It's incredible. Very nice time.
Yeah, very nice time. A good time to whip it out in a grand final of all things. Honestly, sets a bit of a statement as well, and also to take the world record away from the competition. You know, Manox had the world record. Now Charles has it, and Manox only has Korayon left. So yeah, just out of nowhere as well. You know, we were just babbling about the most random things as well, and then all of a sudden Charles is like, you know what, guys, let's just do a quick world record, get back into the match. You know, we still have things to play. Manox has not won yet, you know.
Not yet, but right now Manox capitalizes from the mistake of Charles, so, you know, good time, and then you just fail the next round. That's the OG classic, unless your name is Panda, of course. And also Manox has to opt for the safe finish, still is ahead of Charles, but now Lele gets some good points here, but also Noisia. So the run from Charles from the last round doesn't really matter, because Manox, Noisia, I mean, now is dead equal with him, and also Manox with 69, which is a nice amount of points, but it's, again, 7 points between first and third, same as if we have switched to map number 2.
Yeah, as well, but yeah, as you rightly said, a classic. You drive a world record, immediately you get 4th placed. You know, it's just there's some laws in Trackmania that cannot be broken, and that's one of them. You know, if somebody should
unless your name is Panda.
Yeah, unless you are Panda indeed, then you just decide to do back-to-back world records or some crazy stuff like that. I still cannot get over those facts. Panda was just a different animal, no pun intended.
Also psycho.
Yeah, absolute, just a mean machine of good times. But seems that Charles is more than happy to do so as well, and he's the one fighting at the moment. Noisia, a bit of an interesting line as well. Maybe it was a bit in the moment, couldn't really, had to go wide because he was chucked so wide. But he has more speed.
Wow.
Wow.
That was
Closer
so
than it should
close.
have been, but a great race.
Yeah, very, very good race there. 21 thousandths between them, and Noisia slowly but surely regains control in this very, very fought after match. Now it's only 5 points between first and third, and I think we have a grand final here, ladies and gentlemen. Only Lele has not arrived thus far, but I think he's very happy that he's already here because, I mean, 8,000 it was. I mean, I just have to say that again. Between him and Rookie in the end, and he really capitalized from a mistake there in this lower bracket final. So let's go into the next round as Noisia gets a good line there across again, and he could go into the lead after a very convincing first position overall. And Manox again, I mean, this happens so often for him that he gets the slowdown there. It just seems that he has a very distinct setup, or maybe he steers over that part and you want to release the steering for a little bit, or like the angle is off, something like that. Oh, and I thought for a second that Noisia touched the wall, but that wasn't the case. The player from Argentina looking really good, but look at that. It is more speed for Charles, and he actually overtakes in the last second there. And Charles and Noisia both will not slightly overtake Manox, but Noisia, wait, they will. Oh my god. Yeah, quick math. Very nice.
It's so close that it's very hard to really differentiate the players because they are just neck and neck. We have gone through the gauntlet already and basically nothing to separate that. But what do I say always? We arrive at the great equalizer. Cerveza is on the table and one ice slide to rule them all. So we'll see how things will go now because Charles, actually, the last time we saw was really having a good time here on the track. He really showed that he's very much comfortable with that ice slide. Hopefully he can back that up with the rest of the track as well. But it seems that if there's anybody who's comfortable on this ice segment, it is Charles, because he always really just sends it and even uses a bit of the ice as Dean as well, you know, tapping the brake at a certain angle just to get that extra bit of speed as well. But it's not always an easy setup, and if you do it wrong, you get absolutely nothing out of it. But but at the moment, we see as well that Noisia. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the actual round. You can do that.
Don't release. Just don't release. Just trust your guts. You can release at the end, but not in the ice slide. That is complete mud. Sometimes it works, but usually if you release in an ice slide, your car just goes, "Woo! I want to lose the gear. See ya. Bye bye. Have a good time." Yeah, This will happen. So this map, very cool. But of course, ice is not that easy, especially when you think, I want to readjust. This time it will work. But no, it will eventually not work then. All right, first round on this map. And I mean, points are very close to each other. 2 points between first and third. It can almost not get any closer than that. Unless Lele just comes out of nowhere and decides to choose violence on this map and win like 4 rounds in a row. That would be so cool to see. But right now it is Noisia with a mistake. We see 2 mistakes and Noisia cannot control his car. Completely messes up the line. And I think that was also Charles with a slight of a mistake. So now Lele and Manox first and second for the Brazilians. And Manox will just take that round. He's like, thank you guys so much for making those mistakes. I'll happily take those 10 points. But just when I say that, he also goes into the wall, and it could also be Lele with a great line, making it across. Charles having a good line. Lele with a good exit as well, having a lot of speed, but not the best entry there. And it will be Charles ahead, and Lele also denying some valuable points to Manox here. So Charles can be happy that Lele played his best friend in this round, because 6 points of a discrepancy. Look at that gap now. Charles from third to first in just 2 rounds, and clear first even. 7 points ahead of Noisia, who is on second. 1 point ahead of Manox. So we have such a nice grand final here under our belts.
Yeah, it was a proper discombobulation round, if you want to put it into a fancy word.
I wanted to say that word as well, actually.
Yeah, everybody got absolutely discombobulated, but because everybody made a mistake, and Charles was the one to take full advantage of it in the end, because Manox was leading the majority of it, but then just decided, you know what, a bit boring up in front, and he's struggling again. Clips goes a bit too far on the plastic jump and loses out on all of that speed by clipping that edge, and so it's Noisia and Charles. And if anything is to go by, Charles is in a perfect position because he's the one that has always the good slides. Noisia touches the front and you're gonna die. Yeah, and you don't have any speed whatsoever. You definitely do not want to have your wheel touch anything. So if you touch your front wheels with that border as well, you're immediately losing out on all of the speed, all of the momentum. And Noisia immediately sees that. And Charles, look at that. What did I say in the beginning with this track? Has
Wow.
given him a lot of points, and he's just now using that to run away.
Yeah, and we're at 55.022. Well, let us actually check. Peppo G, I'm gonna
Not
open
a
the
world
sheet.
record.
It's a good time, but this is not a world record, of course. It is half a second away from that almost, but Charles has the world record on this map, of course. But we're just proof checking because, you know, we sometimes can miss that kind of stuff. But look at that, 14 points now for Charles. That's the dream scenario. And I mean, sometimes it's even advantageous that your back wheels hit the wall or something like that. But of course, it has been significantly nerfed. Also with the new ice update and all of that. I mean, ice has been reworked for the third time, or like for the second time. There have been 2 updates on that, but I mean, I still want the old ice back, Kriidy, I'll be honest. But yeah, there you go. Manox wins the round, even though he almost didn't make the jump. Noisia on third, and now Charles only with 3 points in this round.
I will agree that, yeah, if we have to take, we had the original iteration, the first update, and then this one, I will say that the middle ground was still the best as well. But, you know, but
The middle
for the
one?
time being, yeah, so the one before this basically was good. You know,
I like
you had
the
to,
first one the most, actually.
okay, well, I didn't mind the wiggle, so, but it felt like the ice was a lot more. You know, it wasn't just, you know, a buy slide out most of the time, but, you know, it is one of those moments where I pretty much, I think if we asked anybody, everybody will have their own opinions
Yeah.
of the matter, and they will say, like, I would actually prefer my way of ice, basically, and for most people, it can be also just remove ice, which I disagree with. It is a surface that requires a
It's a
lot of
good
skill.
service.
Yeah, it's a good surface, if built well, done well, and can prove and separate the best from the rest. And we can see Charles, well, he's separating himself from the rest because he just has this slide on lockdown. What a great exit, gets a low jump as well with all of that speed, and he just is
Good
making
round.
good advantage of that. 10 points again, and he's only a few rounds away from securing or getting ever so closer to finalist mode. You know, he's, well, Manox also gets into the triple digits, but 11 points is a good lead.
Yeah, that's for sure. 11 points is definitely a good lead, but also like going up to 111 points is tremendous for him. But yeah, what I do not like about ice right now is like sometimes for me, I kind of I want to find like something that is consistent on ice or on anything. And sometimes I just do not understand when my steering is locked in why I cannot exit an ice slide. Like, I think it has to do something with the RPM, but I solely can just not read that, right? So that is weird for me. But like, I mean, I played Dank 69, for example. I finished it as well. It was so much fun to just learn everything about ice. And here it feels like I just do not understand some parts. They feel a bit random or just like not accessible to learn. I don't know, maybe I just didn't create a feeling for it just yet because I didn't play it that much, but sometimes it can be very hard. Anyway, enough talking about ice. It is Manox's map, it's the golden hour, and I mean, Manox can also reach finalist here if he gets the flawless streak, but Noisia was really good on this map as well, and I think he will do some damage on this one, even though he has made a small mistake in the warm-up. But let's go and see how this one will go. As, I mean, Charles' so far ahead was Noisia leading at some point of this race, and now he is so far behind. Charles had a really good map. Manox is still somewhat in the race, but Noisia needs to get a lot of first positions in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, but to be honest, if anything is to go by, is the fact that, Lede still is struggling a bit. So it doesn't play a role in this round. But I don't remember Manox really, you know, being absolutely, you know, the best on his own map. Of course, it's always been a bit of a case. Of course, at the moment, he's slightly trying to prove me wrong as he's currently taking a very comfortable lead. But that line will definitely lose him a bit of speed as Charles. And that is his own making. Should have put a bit more blocks there, Manox. Couldn't have clipped there then. You know, One of those moments indeed, but it puts Charles and Noisia in a position where they can get even more points and run away with it. But it would be much better for Noisia to get that point. Charles goes very wide, but actually loses time. I guess he was trying to get for more exit speed, but with this, he releases. He releases.
Oh my god, that
Ooh.
was so close.
He had to
Holy.
release. I think he immediately noticed that if he went with that speed, he would clip that bench. So he did a tap release, but Noisia was almost there to overtake him, but not quite. But those 10 points are invaluable. He's now 18 points in the lead and giving himself a very nice cushion and showing
Yeah.
that he's out for revenge. He's tired of losing to Manox and he wants to win.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the best scenario here for Charles because Manox only got himself 3 points in that previous round. And there you go. Let's go into the next round and see what Manox can answer. Had such a good start into the match, but I think we were already predicting that and the winner bracket final. This is such a momentum-based match that could happen. It could go either Charles Manox's or Noisia's way if they meet again in the grand final, and they are rightfully doing so as Charles now touches before the free wheel. Noisia with a great line slides out there. You could have seen that small slide there and loses complete control, so we will not capitalize from the mistake from Charles. It will be Manox in the lead. Lele at 69 points could go up to 79, but no, messes up the line, but still gets second place, even though that was a wonky ending. Still 6 points secured, and now all of a sudden Manox, after a bad round, coming back. And it's only a couple of points between them, 125 versus 113, 12 points. I mean, we have seen it was 2 points between them, and then 2 rounds later, all of a sudden, Charles was 14 points ahead, if my memory serves me correct. So everything can happen, and let's see what this last round will bring us if Charles can go up to 135.
Yeah, and Noisia also giving a bit of tips to Manox about mapping, aka saying never add water again, Manox, for the love of God. Is his comment a bit of map review by Noisia on the fly? A justified review, it's very much so, but for the time being, we'll have to wait and see if he can now do a bit different. I will say Noisia has a very good dirt setup there. He always gets more speed here. Maybe sometimes maybe to the detriment of himself. Maybe that extra speed does lead itself to having a bit more. Ooh, but Manox enjoys again a classic checkpoint struggle. And Noisia also having a bit of struggle. Maybe Lele can also overtake. No, Noisia goes for the safe pin. But no, Lele overtakes. It's the little details that are making Noisia fall a bit off at the moment. He's getting into that position where it's not, again, the puzzle pieces are not matching together at the moment for Noisia.
Yeah.
Hopefully, when we switch maps after this one last round on Golden Hour, we might see a bit of difference. But Noisia maybe not having a good time here.
Dude, I already think that this is round number 6 or 7 on this map. I don't know. I feel so tired actually, but I still try my best. But of course, I didn't sleep that well that night, so I hope everything is still fine. And I mean, Charles can reach finalist mode. Manox, of course, was at 100 points, now having 116. So this is not that good for him, obviously. And I mean, yeah, you say it, the small details really matter. Noisia could have had 2 more points on his account, but this is indeed not the case. So let's go into the next round. Noisia sliding there again. You could have seen that because he was just oversteering a little bit too much, and since you're above 200 kilometers per hour, you will just lose speed. But who's gonna win this round? It will be Manox, yes, ahead of Lele, who has been getting himself a lot of points, and I think that was his second place in a row, if I recall that correctly. Charles on third, and then we have Noisia now going for the safe finish. But again, not a good amount of points, or not good amount of points secured for him. And Charles with a face slap, 139 points, has to play one more round in order to activate finalist modes.
Yeah, and we will be going back through the rotation now. It is back to Korayon, the map that started it all, and the map that might end it all as well, because there is a very high possibility that we might see our winner on this track. Of course, if Noisia gets his groove together, mojo together, we might actually see going on to the next map as well, which is maybe not the best idea, because after this we will be going on to Saltaire, which was Manox's playground most of the time. So if anything, Charles would love to finish it out here, because then it's gonna be that he would have to again push it to the very limit. But he did really well on Saltaire as well. But honestly, if I was Charles, just finish this round, get the dub, and let them sort out the rest of the placement.
Yeah, that is for sure. So let's see how this goes for Charles. We have started on this map, and one warm-up will decide it all. I mean, everyone has kind of collected a good chunk of points here. Also, Lele getting some good points. I mean, he's at 87 points. He could definitely play a role for second, let's say for third position. I think second is a bit too ambitious because Manox and Charles have already accumulated too many points, but also a bit unlucky for Noisia that he's such a momentum-based player, to be honest, because he had so many points. He was even on first, and now he's more than 30 points behind Charles, and most likely will not play a role for that first place battle.
Yeah, it's been a good chunk of points for Lele. I will definitely admit that as well. Has had a good few rounds, taking advantage of a few mistakes then and there. But he has not been really contesting everybody on pace, and we can see that here on Gorayon as well. No major mistakes being made, but we can see that the difference in pace between the three and Lele. So Lele. Ooh, but Charles hits the pole, and but Charles has to finish. So hopefully, at least he gets. It seems to be. He does have a lot of time, though. I think it's 15 seconds, so should be fine. But it is Manox taking the lead here, and he's the one that needs the points the most if he wants to get into finalist mode, quick and swift as well. So good stuff for him as well. And Lele is gonna be denying more points from Noisia, who would be more than happy to take second instead. But for the time being, it's gonna be third for Noisia, a few clips then and there, and that will be 1, 2, and 3. Manox with the first position, Lele second, Noisia is third, Charles is fourth, goes into finalist mode, but Manox now is only a third position minimum away from finalist mode as well.
Yeah, good situation there for Manox, of course, that he has gotten himself that first place there, and Charles couldn't deny, and also Charles touching the first or second possible corner there. So I think you were noting it or pointing it out. Charles is good at choking in Trackmania, of course, in Trackmania chat, in Trackmania. And it seems like we're gonna have a double final situation, but also Noisia could do some damage if he wins 3 rounds in a row. Of course, he is right now leading, but Manox is not too far behind, as you can see it there, but didn't get the best line across. I thought that he was even closer towards Noisia, but Noisia pushing a lot. Will be a hard turn to get through, but he's able to do so. Had a different setup there and having a good chunk of speed, but Manox still coming a bit closer there. As you can see it there, very good line, but still a better setup from Noisia in this sector. So close between them, 500ths of a second, and we have a fight for that first position. It really depends of how the Apex is being chosen, and that is a bit too early from Noisia, so he will be out of this round, at least for the battle for first, and only getting himself 6 points. Manox and finals, and guys, we have a double final situation between Charles and Manox. Good luck and have fun. Let's see who will win the South American Cup Fall Edition.
Yeah, this is gonna be all down. The 2 air members are face to face with one another. Who will take the title? Will Noisia have his final say in this as well? He's been tempting fate ever so closer. Whoever fumbles first here could be giving the other the chance to overtake. So Manox is the one to take the early lead. Noisia is going a bit tighter, will lose out on a lot of speed by going a bit more conservative, but the lead is not that substantial. So all in all is all good. Noisia is the one to take a step back at the moment, not having the best lines here, and I think, judging from what we're seeing at the moment, this could be now the title difference here. Manox, Charles, neck and neck. Charles has more speed. Manox is trying to go for a wider line. He will have more speed. Charles still equal on the pace. Manox will go for a much inside approach here. Charles trying to compensate by coming back here as well. There's literally going to come back to the final turn here as well. Manox, Charles, who will be your South American Cup champion. Manox goes for the more speed line. He does not have it. Charles has the lead, and Manox has been dethroned. Congratulations to Charles. GG. He is your grand final winner of the South American Cup and dethrones Manox at the top. What a way to end it in a great round as well. But of course, we still have more to go.
What was that risk there from Charles? Just a leap of faith there in this left turn, and also I cannot comprehend that round. He was taking an insane amount of risks. I was like, what, and even production couldn't believe it there. I cannot believe it myself, and now Manox has to at least get himself that second place in the bag. But what a round that was. I think just the cherry on top, right, ending this awesome tournament. And I mean, it's 2 a.m. for me, 3 a.m. for you, and I think that just shows that we are still awake, because this tournament is so nice, and I was on the edge of my seat on that last round, and right now it looks to be a much more anticlimactic round, and it will be Manox taking home that second place. This left turn I was talking about, it was so insanely well done, and well, there you go, Manox will take the silver medal. He's getting oh my, how did he even finish? Jesus Christ. What is happening?
What a great way to finish a second position as well. I mean, a bit more closer than you wanted to, but
but he
of course,
finished.
Yeah, at least you got across the line, you know, a bit more, you know, one of those, you know, you wipe off the sweat there for a moment. It's a proper save there. But we still have to play for third position as well. We do play all three winners, so Lele has to still compete against Noisia on Saltaire, so we will go through the entire content of finding out all of the decisions. So now it's a 1v1 between the two, and hopefully Noisia can get back into it. He has kind of lost the vibe of it. I think the golden hour really did do an hour on him, I guess you could put it like that, and now he's kind of gone out of it, and Charles and Manox, of course, deservedly getting first and second respectively. So Noisia should be able to get third position, all things considered. Lele has done a formidable job, but I think he's a bit too far away, and I think the gap is a bit too big to really catch up, unless Noisia really has a complete meltdown.
Yeah, I mean, Noisia has had not the best match. I would say it hasn't had the best. He didn't have the best match. Let's not use this form, this grammatical term, form, whatever. And he had a good start. He was leading. I think he had like 71 points, but now he's at 128 points, whereas Charles and Manox have already won the race, and the positions are already locked in. But man, we had some great rounds. But there you go, Noisia still has to finish 2 rounds. It doesn't matter if he's first and or second, he will be finalist anyways. He should just deny Lele in one of those rounds, because then he has to start another new 10 column in that way, because he would be at 119 points, and then 129, 139, and then he has to win one more round in order to be finalist, opposing to him getting himself 10 points in 4 rounds. He would then of course be a finalist there. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Of course everything makes sense that I say after 2 a.m. That is completely sure. And look at that, Noisia tries to push and finds himself in the lead, but this is already in the ending. Very, very close line there from the player of Argentina, and he is pushing 1000, and we see a mistake from Lele, and with that we have Noisia winning the round. And the next round doesn't really matter too much, to be honest, but of course the momentum can still be built up.
Yeah, Noisia only has to finish the final round, so if he wants to, he can give a few more points over to Lele. But you know, it's one of those cases where we're at the final stretch. words and sentences have no meaning also whatsoever in our brain. They just sort of blurt out in whatever order our brain decides to put them into. So for the time being, at least, we have survived quite well. And with the final stretch now, Noja, yeah, should have this at least very much sewn down, locked and secured. He only has to just make sure he doesn't make anything unnecessarily complicated for himself. Seems that if anything, Lele is the one that has to really push his merits to make sure that he is in the contention. I mean, the previous round he was relatively close, just had that fumble just before the dirt, but this round he's even further behind. So really has to hope that, Noisha is a nice guy and gives him 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter at all. It doesn't matter. Like, if he gets first or second, he should just finish the rounds, because he will start a new 10 column, whatever, anyway. And if he has 111, 119, 115, it doesn't matter. He has to win the next rounds anyway. It doesn't matter at all. So good luck to Noja as he's in finals. Lele has to die him 3 times and then has to win himself. So we have a maximum of 4 more rounds, so we could go to the next map even. And let's see what will happen. As, this is a great start for both of them. I thought for a second that some of them didn't start, but no, that wasn't the case, as Lele goes a bit too conservative there and finds himself in last. But, I mean, not by too much, only, now it's tied, thank you very much. And it's a great fight, actually. I thought that Lele loses a bit more time in that section, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a 7th seed, technically, all things considered. So you can definitely, we know that he has the pace, but it's more of the case that, Noja is more willing to risk it for the biscuit, and he is in finalist mode. So this will come down to the fact of the dirt turn. Lele won't go for the risky line of the outside third. So if Noja hits it, which he does, he will have more exit speed. But is that actually enough?
Oh my God,
this is just absolutely on the very moment of the finish. What a great way to end the 3rd place match as well. Lele really sent it, tried his best, and it was a fine way to put the cherry on top on a great grand final.
Dude, this was such a great match. I mean, I would have loved to cast this one at like 2 p.m. and not at 2 a.m. But I mean, sometimes you cannot choose it. It was awesome. Like, this competition was really good. Thank you so much, guys. Or like, firstly, thank you so much, Nats, for asking us to cast this great competition. I had a lot of fun, even though I'm a bit sleep deprived. But I think it still made sense what I said, even though I lost the focus a little bit in the grand final. But Kriidy, it has been so much fun. Also, thank you very, very much, Acrinator, for doing the production. You have done a great job. And thank you so much for that, of course. And also thank you guys for watching. And of course, congratulations to Charles dethroning Manox and winning 120 euro, and can call himself the South American Cup champion.
Yeah, absolutely good scenes. What a great way to put an end to it. The grand final was the best match of the day, and that's all what we want in Trackmania life. A grand final befitting of the tournament and the players, and that is exactly what we got. So from us, thank you all of the people who joined and watched, participated as well, and hopefully there will be more to come. Of course, there's tomorrow the North American Cup as well, and once we get through that, at some point, the Pan America Trackmania Cup as well. So for us, we keep it short. We will go to bed, and we'll be back tomorrow for an even longer tournament, if I remember right. So
yeah, tomorrow I'll be casting for 12 hours. Actually, I almost wanted to say 12 days, but tomorrow is the monthly event. I'm gonna cast it. There will be a lot of POVs. Watch what you like. And I had a lot of fun. Thank you everybody for watching. And again, thank you very much, Acrinator, for doing the production. Was very good. And well, we go to bed. You guys have a good day. See ya wherever. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Have a great one.